Hello everyone, welcome in, welcome in. Before I change the scene, we're going to run through these songs that we just played. I decided to go for something a bit different this time, because the background music is actually going to be, well, you'll see, well, here in a second rather. So these were all songs by Sonic Picnic, who made the Awesomenauts original soundtrack. And the first one was the character theme for Raylin. It's just about a minute long, so really short, but I quite like it. The second one was the character theme for Isla, who is a character that I really love, kind of mained her back when I played that game. Then we went into Electronic Supersonic Cybertronic Rocco, which is a skin for one of the characters with a little Daft Punk inspiration, and it's really cool. And then we had the character theme for Xenia, and those were our songs. And now let me take you on over to here. Hello. I'm wearing a different sweater this time. It's Big Pog energy, as some would say. And, hey, let me put on the background music. Hopefully it won't be too loud. I messed up around quite a bit with the actual sound settings here, so hopefully you can hear it, but it's not overpowering at all. I basically am going to be blasting songs by Ray Cuthud. I made, like, a little playlist. It's all instrumental stuff, because I didn't mind the stuff that had lyrics so much, but I think looking at the VOD, it seemed to be a little distracting. Perhaps that's like a volume issue more than anything, but I figured we might as well just avoid that in the future and just like use instrumental stuff. I have also emailed the man because I realized that apparently I don't have all of his stuff, which is rather sad. So I'm missing 5 songs of his. We have listened to those last time because I was listening to his YouTube channel where, you know, he posted his album, but I'd love to have the files just for safety and security's sake. So we'll try to get those from him, hopefully. He did respond to an email of mine like 2 years ago. So it's, you know, there's a non-zero chance that he'll actually respond to this one too. But we have a little bit of work to do. We got Boatman right over here. Well, he's gonna be Boatman. Right now, he's just Steppy Man. What are you doing, Gargant? That's kind of where we're at right now. And we're gonna be working on him and the boat tonight. Hopefully making a ton of progress. And I mean, hey, I haven't been live for about a week, so there's a lot to talk about, as it turns out. So let's get into it. I'm gonna be unhealthy tonight. I have like some non-alcoholic beer here on the table with me. Got that little can opening ASMR for you, if you're into it. I could go for an alcoholic beer as well, but I don't know. Right now, I think it's more the lemony taste, the citrus taste that I'm chasing. So, give me just 1 second. There is one thing I still need to do before we really get comfy here, because I do need the assembly instructions in a box, obviously. So let me get that going right here. Instructions received, and not unclear, thankfully. Move this over here. Should do the trick. Alrighty. Should be all good now, I think. Let's see. Oh, and I did want to press the enter button on this as well. There we go. Wunderbar, as some might say. I think we're Gucci. I think we should be a-okay. I'm just looking through some stuff. Alrighty. Okay, I think we're good. I will be closing this now, so we can get actually into it. But yeah, so we built the body the last couple of sessions we had. We've made quite a bit of progress, actually, on this guy, and I'm looking to essentially make a little bit more. Now, he's going to be used probably as a Kraken Eater, because he has the nautical theme, but he's not really going to have many of the trappings of a Kraken Eater, as it turns out. Like, I might put some of the stuff on there, we'll figure it out, but I don't really know just yet, so we will see. In terms of arms, he's probably gonna have, like, different ones, because I want the arms that are kind of like... Basically, I want to modify his arms so that he's holding on to the boat around him. Now, you might be like, okay, but, like, if you don't have the arm yet, how is that gonna work? And to that, my response is, I mean, we'll figure it out. But essentially what that's going to mean is probably he's going to have the left arm from the War Stomper, and he's probably going to have the right arm from, funnily enough, the War Stomper as well, now that I'm looking at it. Although, no, it's actually the Gatebreaker. Yeah, it's the Gatebreaker that has, like, the two people in the arm. Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. But yeah, it's going to be mixing some beats over here, and it's going to be a good time. I'm just trying to see if there's, like, anything else I need to be looking at here. Is there any other, like, option? I think those are going to be the best arms for our purposes right now. So let's do it. Let's actually get into it and see what we can see. And we'll basically come back around to the actual Kraken Eater build, although I'm not yet sure what head we're going to use. I don't mind the Kraken Eater's head. It looks kind of cool, actually. It's just more the neck position that I don't like so much, because he's kind of leaning over, like, one shoulder almost. And while that makes for an interesting pose, like, slightly more dynamic with his actual stock pose that he comes out of the box with, we have changed it so that he's basically moving forward, and ideally, you know, most models tend to look where they're going, as it turns out. So we'll probably try to do something with that, and we'll see if we can pull it off. I mean, basically, if we use, so I'm looking at it here, I think, again, it's going to be War Stomper neck, and we'll probably mount the Kraken Eater head on the neck. It'll probably require some green stuff, but I think we'll be able to do that. We're all going to get started with the arms first, though, and I mean, let's get started with that. Let's get some of those beats. This is one downside to having these things here, though, and that is that I have less room, so I will be moving these things slightly, just slightly. But yeah, I do have a lot to talk about, because it actually has been about a week. I had a pretty eventful weekend in terms of Warhammer stuff. And I did do a little bit of, I guess, research, if you can call it that, in terms of Warhammer-y goodness over the last, like, couple of days as well. So we do have a lot to discuss, potentially, about the hobby that we seem to like so much. And that's never a bad thing, in my opinion. So I guess let's start with the obvious. Let's rattle off the weekend, as I like to say sometimes. So what the fuck did I do this weekend? Good question. Thank you for asking, by the way. It really shows you care. But essentially, it's pretty simple. So Saturday, there was an open day in the next town over with the local club there. And a couple friends and I decided to go because we have, like, a really good friendship going on with the guy that does it. He's a cool dude, has a massive collection of all sorts of 40k goodness. And he has a ton of terrain as well. Pretty nice looking stuff, too. So we ended up hitting up the place, and I scheduled the game with a friend of mine who unfortunately only gets to play the game very infrequently. Like, we're talking every 6 months or so he plays one game, which is not a lot, as it turns out. Like, that's a really, really tiny amount in the grand scheme of things. Most people are aching for a lot more. Like, I'm very lucky that I, generally speaking, get to play, like, one game a week, essentially, which is pretty good. But it has been even better recently. Been kind of going hard on just playing war games, basically. So I busted out my Cities of Sigmar army, but it's a really dumb Cities of Sigmar army because it is all, like, it's all steam tanks all of the time. Now, I have incorporated a bunch of other units into it over the years, so I bought a, oh, what is it, like, oh man, the name is completely escaping me. Reaper Minis makes, like, a really cool-looking mechanical dragon, and I got that one, basically. Slightly modified it, because my steam tanks are all conversions. They're very shaman in terms of AOS, even though that's not really the intent. I just wanted to make, like, dwarven steam tanks, so I figured I'd use, like, more 40k bits. I really like them. Maybe some people don't. I might post a picture of them on Twitter or something after the stream, in case you're curious. But yeah, I busted out that army, and it went pretty good. I faced Nagash, and I believe it was, let me think here, like 24 Spirit Hosts, I think, which is not a good list, by the way. We played Open War, but even in Open War, that is unfortunately not a particularly good list. And the Spirit Hosts themselves wouldn't be the worst part of that list. Is the saddest bit. It's really Nagash that is basically, like, the ultimate letdown. Because you'd think that the Great Necromancer would be capable of doing something, but alas, he kind of doesn't do a lot. In fact, he kind of doesn't do almost anything, which is really, really sad. Now, in this game, I did throw the game a little bit. I still ended up winning, but I did make a bunch of decisions that you'd never really make in an actual serious kind of game. But again, it's open war. And this is like one good piece of advice that I've heard, and it is actually kind of good. So, if you're playing a game just for funsies, and you're just like having a good time, you know, that's like the aim of it, and you're in like a dominant position, then try to see if you can lose from there. Like, genuinely start throwing the game, just so you can see, like, hey, is it actually possible for me to lose this game? And if so, what is it going to take? And it's one of those things, right, where it seems so dumb. It seems so absolutely dumb. But there is a point to it, because it allows you to see, like, what you can still get away with, and it also kind of gives your opponent more of a chance to potentially come back into the game, which is not, like, an unimportant thing by itself, I would say. So what ended up happening was I kind of fed... Well, I didn't really feed. I kind of, like, positioned my Star Drake, which was the Steam Dragon is what I like to call it, to go with the Steam Tanks. I positioned him in such a way that he could get charged by my opponent, but it needed, like, a really, really big roll. But he did end up getting the roll, and that was super cool. He got, like, a 12-inch charge off of a reroll. And that's always fun. That's always, like, something you remember. And I basically lived on 1 wound, dealt like a little bit of damage to Nagash, and then I died, which is, again, ideal, and Nagash lived. And I mean, he should. He's supposed to be the god of death. Like, if just a random 400-point Drakesworn Templar would have killed him, I would have been like, bro, what the fuck's going on? So that would have been no fun at all in that regard. So basically, at that point, because the open war cards that we got, we're using the first edition ones because they're just fun to use. We usually do like a draft system to make it less annoying, basically. You run into annoying stuff a lot less frequently when you basically give players agency to pick what they want to play, at least a little bit. And so we ended up playing just... Normally we get rid of these cards. Like, these would be the ones that you get rid of during the draft. Because we got one that was basically like count the wounds of eliminated models. I think it's Kingslayer, and if you get the general kill, then you double your points, which essentially means that if you kill the enemy general, then you kind of are guaranteed to win, unless your opponent does some amazing stuff and then like gets back into the game somehow. But it happens very, very infrequently. I'm not even sure it has happened one time with us, for better or worse. And it didn't happen, like, spoiler, it didn't happen any other way here either. Basically, what went down was I got the general kill. We killed Nagash in the end with a group of steam tanks. I think a trio of steam tanks unloading their cannons at him and very narrowly doing him in. So big Bone Daddy went down, unfortunately, and from that point on, it was not really a question whether or not we were going to win. The question was more so, like, how badly we were going to win. Now, also at this point, my opponent was down to 2 units of Spirit Hosts, but he did kill my Storm Drake, like my Drakesworn Templar. So I ended up telling him, like, hey, since you killed the Drakesworn Templar, and that's 18 wounds, why don't you get 2 units of Spirit Hosts? Like, why not just add 2 units of Spirit Hosts to your army? And it's the kind of thing that he was really weirded out by initially, and I understand, because it's not in the rules that you can do that. But at the same time, I told him, like, look, man, this is a fun game, and at this point, and I mean this, like, with 0% rudeness, but you're definitely gonna lose. But it would be kind of shitty if we traveled all this way, like, you drove for an hour, picked everybody up, now you're here, and basically you're losing this game at the top of, like, turn 3. It's not very, very fun. So why don't we just, like, bend the rules a little bit and see what it's, what it's like when you're on the table a little bit longer. So we ended up adding some more duders to his army, and it made the game a lot more fun. I will say that much. It infinitely improved the play experience. So that was a pretty big one. I'm gonna check on something real quick here because I can't tell if my headset is maybe messed up. Let me, like, do this real quick. No, it's just, like, super low. Okay. There's a lull in the song. Excuse me, I just heard, like, something that sounded like almost a Windows disconnect noise. So I was a little worried, because this is an old headset now. I'm waiting for the day it dies. Not really waiting, but I'm fearing for the day that it happens. So pretty much he ended up getting a bunch of free units, and I, from that point on, kind of refused to shoot. Which, again, is a pretty big deal when your whole army is essentially a shooting army, but I reasoned, like, hey man, we got Big Boss Man killed. I imagine Nagash could put a curse on a bunch of steam tanks so that their cannons kind of, like, just atrophy, essentially. Like, maybe the black powder is just gone or whatever, and we can't really shoot anymore. It just, you know, like, again, it was just one of those things that is supposed to make the game a tad more interesting for both players involved. And it did. It had the intended effect. And we had, like, some brutal melees for the rest of the game. A lot of fun, actually. I ended up losing a couple more steam tanks. My battle mage, who was also there, he's just a random dude that the dwarves tolerate because he's got a kick-ass beard. He's also a model from Reaper Minis. I think it's just Darius the Wizard is probably the name. So it was a pretty good game, all things considered. I won handily, but it is, you know, open war. I played a shooting army in a casual setting against an opponent that plays very infrequently, yada yada yada. Like, the outcome was not really in doubt, and I'm not saying, like, oh, like, new players, like, can't win. It's more so, like, the way it went down, it was very, very difficult for this guy to do anything, basically, from turn 1 onwards. We also got Hammer and Anvil, like, 40k style deployment, which is really good for me, obviously, because it means we can have a massive, massive distance between the two of us from the start of the game, and that allows me to keep shooting him for far longer than you normally could. And with no objectives on the table, there was also no reason for me to leave my deployment zone, essentially. And so I didn't. I pretty much didn't. I did the bare minimum of movement, which you might be like, wow, that's rude. And it kind of is. Like I said, that's why I decided to pull my punches in the end. Because I figured, like, hey man, what I'm doing is a little bit on the frustrating side, so the least I can do is maybe do a worse job at it. And then, hopefully by doing so... These don't go together from the looks of it, but maybe I'm wrong. Oh no, they do. They do. It's just like, it doesn't really line up. So it looked weird. Interesting. I totally thought the instruction booklet was wrong here for a second. But apparently it's completely okay. So yeah, that was game number 1. We did that Saturday morning, basically. And I had another game Saturday afternoon, which was a 40k demo game for a guy that apparently has an army of 2,500 points, essentially, but has never really properly played the game. Maybe 2 years ago, I think he mentioned he might have, but he barely remembers, and obviously it might have even been a different edition at that stage. So it was basically a brand new thing. I took my orcs because they're a good NPC faction. He brought Space Marines because, hey, guess what? Starter players have Space Marine armies. In all the news water, it continues to be wet. And we had a big little brawl in the center, basically. It was just a very, very simple, like, kill-em-all style game. Again, it made a lot of sense to do that because my man was not familiar with objectives, and you might not want to introduce that as a concept in Game 1, in my experience. You can, I guess, if you wanted to, but I didn't. I was just like, what if I don't? What if instead of doing that, we just have, like, a really fun game killing each other? And my dude was like, yeah, let's fucking go. So that's what we did, and it was a great time. Always really, really happy, by the way, when I get to give somebody, like, their first game, because I think I do a good job of holding demos. I do a lot of play-by-play. I'm about as vocal when I play the game as I am on stream. I never fucking shut up, and as a consequence, I make for, like, good entertainment throughout the game, I think. Most people at least seem to think so, and I mean, hey, I'm not one to second guess that, I suppose. So it was alright. That was basically Saturday, and Sunday I had an event that I've been meaning to get around to actually organizing for a little while now. It was a painting workshop, so I'm not sure if I mentioned it before. I probably have at length, most likely, but maybe you're not aware. But I used to run a tabletop gaming store here in my little hometown that I moved back to after uni. And we would do a painting workshop every single Sunday. We'd get together in the afternoon, and one of the tables, one of the gaming boards essentially, would get swarmed by nerds with the urge to paint and bash plastic. And we would just sit there from about 2 in the afternoon till about, like, 8 in the evening, just constantly working on stuff, churning out model after model after model, urging each other on, switching paints around and all that good stuff. It's a lot of fun, actually. If you've never painted communally, like you've not had someone over to paint, it's a lot of fucking fun. For me, it's very nostalgic, because back when I first got into painting in any way, shape, or form, it was over the summer with a good friend of mine, and it was a lot of fun. Like, we would basically go swimming in the morning, super early in the morning, do a bunch of painting, and then go swimming again, have lunch in the afternoon, paint some more, and yada yada. You get the idea. We were kind of like on the autistic grind set almost, of just like swim and paint, and the occasional meal break, I suppose, because you need that to function. And it was great. So the painting workshops always remind me a little bit of that. We had quite a bit of attendance. I think it was like 12 people by the end of it. So that was really, really cool. Actually, my model for the Pathfinder RPG that we're doing is essentially done. I'll try to like showcase him on the stream here, but it might be difficult to actually see. Focus isn't perfect, but I basically just added a bunch of highlights to him, and that's about it. That's kind of what he's missing. I still need to do a little bit of work on the base trim itself, because in all the dry brushing and shading that I did, it got kind of messed up. So that's something we'll have to fix in a little bit, but haven't gotten around to it. So that was my weekend in terms of activities related to wargaming, and I think that's pretty good. It's a pretty good time. Like playing 2 games and still painting a bunch. I mean, hey dude, it doesn't get much better than that. That's a big old W in my book. So I had a good time essentially doing all that. It was wonderful. And I also did a little bit of research because, you know, the new GHB is coming out. I think it is up for pre-order as of last Saturday, in fact. So I haven't pre-ordered it yet because I don't tend to pre-order stuff. The store that I like to get the things from in the first place usually just does like orders once they get it in, which I respect greatly, because then if, you know, there's a product shortage, then they can just be like, yo, like, sorry, but we just don't have it. I would rather know, and at that point try to look for alternatives, than pre-order something, maybe even pay for it, and then get told later, like, oh, by the way, we're incapable of getting this, like, for you, despite the fact that you paid us to do so. I respect the transparency, I suppose, in their case, and the honesty. So I will be placing an order most likely this weekend for that and the 40k stuff, because I play both systems. But I didn't really know what was, you know, inside the GHB. But a fellow content creator, and one that I definitely recommend you check out in case you haven't already, by the name of Haywell, and I suppose we could plug his channel in the chat here. I'm trying to think what would be the best way of going about this. It's really not that difficult, but I don't want to mess it up overly, you know. But yeah, Haywo apparently got his big beefy hands on some stuff. Okay, I think we're okay. I mean, if we're discussing the man, we might as well drop the link. So this is a great AOS content creator, by the way. You should definitely check him out. He's fantastic, great at what he does. And he apparently got the entire GHB available in his Discord. Now, I'm not a member yet. No real reason, I'm just kind of... There's not that many Discords that I'm actually like a big part of in any way, and I don't really mind keeping it that way right now. Sometimes I already get like massive anxiety when I see like notifications in like the 3 Discord channels that I'm in. I'm like, oh god, what's happened? But one day I'll join. But he did also do an entire stream where he discussed the contents of the GHB, the upcoming GHB essentially. And since I'm building Sons of Behemoth, and the army is, you know, made up of entirely monsters, and the event that I'm planning on taking them to is AOS Worlds, which is in about, like, less than 6 months, and each GHB lasts 6 months, it basically means that whatever rules are coming out now are essentially going to be in play when I actually go to the event. So, you know, it would pay to understand what this season will hold for me. So I checked it out, and Sons of Behemoth are completely shit out of luck right now, because we're gonna have the Galician champions, and basically you should play foot heroes, about 2 to 3 of them if you want to be able to score objectives, which I think is a good idea, by the way, and I think the actual rules that were released in the GHB, or that will be released, you know, depends on how you view it. Obviously on TTS people have been using this since it first leaked, probably, and I mean a lot of playtesting most likely occurred on the platform in the first place. But I think overall the changes that GW has made are better for the health of the game. They do screw, you know, monster skew armies over like Sons of Behemoth, and the big thing with Sons compared to something like Ogre Maw Tribes or my Cities of Sigmar list where it's 90% steam tanks, like, at least with the steam tanks, I do have access to battle mages, which are just like 100-point heroes. They could actually be Galician champions, GCs if you will, and you can actually do some stuff with those. They get a ton of benefits. They get the aspect of champions, which are like free enhancements that seem pretty good actually. And so basically it comes down to your decision as a player whether or not you're getting the content of the season with that particular army. Same thing with Ogre Maw Tribes. You do have foot heroes, even if they're not particularly great, especially compared to what you could be bringing instead, such as leader like hero behemoths. At least the option is open to you. But Sons of Behemoth literally don't get that. So Giants don't have small small, you know, sub-10 wound commander-style units, which makes sense because the giants. Your smallest giant has like 12 wounds, right? Your big ones have like 35 to 40. It makes perfect sense. But it does unfortunately mean that essentially you have like maybe 2 grand strategies from the rule pack itself, from the season, that you can maybe attempt to do. And you got like, what, 4 battle tactics, which are probably more important than the grand strategy, because the grand strategy is 3 points, whereas battle tactics can be worth up to 10 if you do all of them. So in the grand scheme of things, the BTs are way, way more important, and unfortunately there's only really 4 that you can kind of comfortably do for the most part. And so, yeah, that's a little bit scary. Now, here's the thing, a more sane man than I, at this point, not like balls deep into this project, would abandon ship, would be like, look man, it's a season where this particular skew army is going to do awfully. There's no fucking reason for me to really engage with this whatsoever. GW does not really want to support Gargants in this particular season. And I mean, hey, during the monster days, they got plenty of work done, so there's no hard, you know, there's, at least from my side, there's no hard feelings there, even though I didn't play them at the time. One of the reasons I didn't want to play them at the time was because they seemed way too strong, by the way. Because I'm one of those weirdos. I'm a Scrub Lord. Maybe that's going to be our next tag. But I think it overlaps too much with Cringe Lord. Maybe just Scrub? But I think perhaps people would get the wrong idea. Like, you know, some people... It is slang for like, nurse and stuff. I think with the AMA tag that I recently adopted, people would be like, oh, do you have, like, you know, experience in the medical field? And I'm like, no. No, and not in any way, shape, or form. Like, I've been to a hospital, like, twice, but I was always a visitor. I've never been, like, operated on or whatever, and I certainly haven't been someone doing the operating either. I am a smooth operator, though, unrelated, of course. But yeah, so it's one of those things where the current season does not benefit this particular army, and I will not judge you if, you know, you are in the middle of building a Sons of Behemoth force, and you decide, like, hey man, there's no fucking way I'm doing this right now because it's fucking pointless. Like, that's totally fine if that's how you feel, but I just want to build this army because it was in a box in my closet for over 2 years, despite the fact that I bought it on release, and I feel bad about it. I feel bad about it because Giants are one of those things that have always really appealed to me. I had one painted Ale Guzzler, like, one time, even though I really liked the kit, and it is unpainted again now because I was going to modify it. I had to rebase it for one thing because it was on the wrong base. I built it originally when we didn't even have, like, the official basing document, and then by the time it came out, I was like, oh, like, it's painted and it's based, there was a little bit of a diorama going on the base, I need to change it, okay, fine, but I never got around to it, so it's just been also sat in my closet incidentally. Now, I don't think he's going to be getting a second life with my Sons of Behemoth army. Perhaps we will, you know, rebuild him or build a new one day for my Gloomspite Gits, because that's the army that I originally built him for. I wanted to have a nice little Gargant, not really mercenary, but just, you know, like friendo for the Grots. He looks much, much larger next to the Gloomspite boys because they're so tiny, of course. And that's a pretty good look for a giant, all things considered. So, yeah, right now, Giants are basically useless in the upcoming season, and I'm still going to be building them. Now, like I said, I'm something of a Scrub Lord. It's a video game term, in case you're unfamiliar. It's just someone that plays by their own imaginary rules, and sometimes beholds the opponent to do those rules. I like to think that I don't do the latter part of it. It's more so that I just have these ideas about, you know, how I want to play the game. A good friend of mine, who has, I guess, in some way featured on the channel, my friend Chubby, would say that I like to gimp myself before the game, in the list building stage. It's one of these things that I do where I make sure to basically bring the shittiest list possible, and then I try to do well with it still. Like, when I'm at the table, I do try to play well, generally speaking, especially if it's a tournament. Like, I give it my all whenever I can, and I understand, you know, you gotta bet big to win big and all of these things. But when it comes to the list building stuff, I look for creativity and I look for what I find appealing. I'm a very self-indulgent list writer, and even if I'm aware of a combo, I will not actively pursue it, which is perhaps a bad quality. It certainly stops you from being able to get results, I would say, but on the other hand, if the results you're looking for are just having fun, then hey, guess what? You're getting those results. Oh, I still have my lighter here. Excuse me if my voice is different now. Oh, yes, I do. We need it as a threat for our glue, because we will be gluing in just a wee second here. So I don't think I'm explicitly better than other people for taking Sons of Behemoth to AOS Worlds at the the upcoming big event of AOS, but I do think it's kind of cool that I'm sticking to them. So that's kind of a big deal, I suppose. And like I said, this is all born from the little bit of extra research that I did about the GHB, which I could have just done this week. Well, probably not, because I would order it, there's a transit time and all of that stuff, yada yada yada, But yeah, I'm kind of happy that I looked into it, and I know what I'm getting into. And what I'm getting into is bad. Like, I'm going to have a bad time. I'm going to be playing very low-scoring games. So if that matters in any way, shape, or form at Worlds, which I believe it will, then we're faced with a whole nother problem of like, well, at best I'm stopping my opponent from scoring their GC-related battle tactics and grand strategies, but at the same time I'm also not getting those things in the first place for myself, because I have no access to them. But like I said, I'm not at all too worried, because I'm not going to AOS Worlds to podium. Again, I don't look I don't look down on people that do, by the way. If you go to a tournament to get like a good result, if you want to showcase your gaming skill, if you want people to know that you mean business and you're good at this shit, then there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I think that's admirable. But in my case, I don't really care for that, I suppose. It's just the long and short of it. Like, I just want to have fun in my own way. It's more important for me to have that. And me having fun is not necessarily related to doing well, if that makes any sense. Give me a sec to... I'm gonna say hydrate, but this is probably not actually, it doesn't have that many hydrated properties, but who cares? Let's be unhealthy. Just a little bit. Well, I'm generally unhealthy, I mean, hey. But let's use that as an excuse, I suppose, tonight. That I consciously would like to be unhealthy tonight for a change. And not just, inadvertently be unhealthy. So yeah, AOS Worlds, baby. We're still going with Gargants. And they're gonna be cool. They're gonna be cool. At least I hope so. We're gonna do our best to make them cool motherfuckers. And that's the plan right now. So we're building the left hand currently of this guy. I still haven't really generated like a proper name for him. So we're still using codename Boatman. Patrick Boatman, if you will. Who's dangerously based. And it's a lot of fun. Now, we're going to be building these limbs, not really gluing them on yet. And then figuring out how the hell the boat is going to go on there. But the boat is also not going to get glued on there immediately because for transportation purposes, especially since I'm going to have to take this guy on a plane in some way, we're going to have to figure out a way to make that detachable. I do have a bunch of magnets, so that's not really that big of a deal. The big deal is that those magnets were meant for another thing. Because I have an Imperial Knight project from a little while ago that I never finished. I got like 2/3 of the way through, if we are being generous about it. Which we are, right now. You have no choice. I'm being generous about it, and you're coming with, basically. You're coming on that journey with me. A journey of generosity. But, hey, I suppose once I go back to that project, which I inadvertently will, like, I would really like to finish that project as well, then, what I will do is I'll probably take a look at what kind of magnets I still have left after we do this particular project. Of course, you could also magnetize all of the limbs and all the like headpieces if you were going to run these guys just stock so that you have access to everything. Now, I'm not going to bother, to be honest, because for me, rule of cool is more important. I don't give a shit what kind of weapons these guys have. Like I said, right now we're building a Kraken Eater that has the legs of a War Stomper / Gatebreaker. He's going to have the hand of a War Stomper and a Gatebreaker. He's going to have the neck of one of those, and he's maybe going to have the Kraken Eater head, but we're not even sure about that. But he's still going to have a nautical theme because of the giant ship all around him. So I think we can get away with some of this, It's one of those things where it's like, I think it's okay. We can get away with it. At least that's the hope. That's the hopium that I huff every single day when I get out of bed in the morning. I don't know what you guys like think of the GHB, because like I said, I think it's a great direction, and I think GW is definitely showing a lot of improvement with how they're doing this. The previous one I played like 2 games of, I think, one of them 2 weeks ago, and it was a lot of fun. We didn't play that much AOS. Last year was really more about 40k for me. We had a ton of 40k events, especially in the latter half of the year, and I was basically busy preparing for those either via painting or by having practice games with friends. It is how it goes, basically. If you're active in more than one rule set, then I think there's going to be periods of inactivity, even though I would generally describe AOS as the better rule set for me. I have more fun playing it, but the modeling / painting side of 40k is a lot of fun. And painting 40k stuff, especially what I like, giant Lords of War stuff, is secretly easy, as some would say. Because it's just large surfaces, a lot of metallic bits. Even the assembly is pretty easy once you really get down to it. It's such a weird little arm. Like, it's so small compared to his body from the looks of it. Like, I'm trying to understand why it looks so tiny. Even though I think it's actually correct. Like, the proportions are not that off, but it just seems so small. I guess it's because of the size of the feet, maybe. Like, the length of the appendage is okay. I guess we'll build it and then we'll put it next to him, but it seems so strange, even though it's probably okay. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to trying to do more AOS this year. My friends are also nagging me about potentially doing another AOS campaign, because we've done 2 40k campaigns over the last, like, 2 years, and we've done 1 AOS campaign, but we started that around the time, like a little bit before the pandemic. We basically had like a big pause because of the pandemic, and then we finished it off after. And it was a lot of fun. Like, we had some super cool stuff happen. I think everyone has either some kind of a character development thing going on as a consequence of that now, or like a straight up, you know, like original character that was born throughout those battles, which is kind of neat. That's one of the reasons why you play campaigns. But I wouldn't want to use the same set of rules. This is like the one problem with me. I always am kind of iterating and trying to make a better / more interesting campaign system. So I did a very involved one for 40k, which was the last campaign that the guys did, and I wasn't really a part of that as a player. I was just the writer and kind of the GM for some of the stuff, although the GM part of it wasn't so necessary, thankfully. Like, I was able to write the rules in such a way that it could just be played with two people. You don't really need a GM, essentially. It's helpful to have one, but you don't explicitly need one. And for this one, I would want to do, for the AOS campaign, I would want to do like a 4-player co-op and get kind of everybody from my little group involved. The first AOS campaign that we did was like a points collection campaign, so you'd get like a score depending on how you played your games. There were essentially primary objectives, which were determined by the open war cards that were drawn. Your army had a secondary objective that they would get to. I believe the secondary objective was something you locked in during the army selection. And then there was a tertiary, like a bonus objective that you could also do, which was also determined by your faction. So there were 2 things that were essentially like player decided, but one of them was kind of decided for you. Like, we would make a special rule pretty much for each faction that was taking part, and that was the bonus objective for that particular faction. Whereas there was also, you know, like a secondary objective that you'd get to pick, and I made a list of those, and basically you get to pick when you join the campaign with that particular army, and whoever reached, I want to say 30 points, would win at the end. And I think the most you could get was probably 4 points per game, because if you got the primary, you got a point. If you got the secondary, you got a point. No, I think it was the bonus objective was probably just like 0.33. Yeah, actually I remember the max points you could get if you were fully painted. If you did your secondary objective, you got your bonus objective, and you won, I think it was like 3.33, and therefore I think it was like 33 points to win, but I'm not 100% sure about it. But it took a long time because a lot of people, including myself, played multiple armies in it, which is something I would like to get rid of for the future ones, because there's no real reason to do that, you know? Like, you should just pick one army that you really want to play, and you should play it with that. It makes it easier for everybody, basically, and also yourself. way easier to keep track of who you've played and what you still need to do. So I'm thinking of doing another points collection campaign, like amassing victory points essentially. But the current idea that I have is that I would try to do something a little different than the previous one with the single to double digit points, and maybe add in a little something to at least have an interaction with your own units. So what do I mean by that? I mean that I want to do a system where your casualties matter. Because we recently did this in 40k, and it made the game so much more interesting, because Pyrrhic victories become a thing. Even if you win big on points, you really succeed in achieving your objectives. If you were completely bloodied in doing so, then it begs the question of like, okay, like sure, you did what you needed to do, but recovery is going to be so expensive now. It's going to take so many resources to really get back into the fight, and it was really cool to be able to do this. And I'm probably going to be looting my own rules as a consequence from the 40k campaign that we did to introduce a similar concept into the EOS campaign, because I think it would be a lot of fun, actually. I think it'd be very interesting and exciting to see how much it matters, the units that you lose, all this other shit, basically. Because right now, it doesn't. In most campaign games, it doesn't. Now, there's also Path to Glory. That's absolutely a thing that we could just play. We took a look at the original Path to Glory rules back when they came out, and I gotta be honest with you, dude, it seemed like dog shit back in the day. Now, I know a lot of armies have gotten an update where they now actually have Path to Glory rules for themselves, which is kind of important because a lot of armies interact differently with areas and territories in the game from a fluff perspective. Like, a Khornate army is probably not gonna fucking capture a wizard tower, for example. They're certainly not gonna build anything, right? They're more about desolation, killing shit, making sacrifices, eating people, as you do. And that's okay. But that should be reflected in the rules. So I think original Path to Glory was basically half-baked, which was the primary problem we had with it. Now, there is a part of me that's like, yo, maybe we should try Path to Glory and do something with that instead. But part of me is still a little scared because I haven't really looked at the updated Path to Glory rules for everybody. But it is something that is in my brain. It's brewing in the old brain box. Although so far, most of the campaign stuff that I put together has worked rather well and didn't really need touching once it was done. We did have to like change some things, and obviously once you see stuff in motion as a rules writer, you realize like, oh shit, I totally didn't take into account this particular interaction. I will say that if you really hate GW rules writing, which I don't blame you for hating, by the way, they do like a piss poor job half the fucking time, but try to write like a campaign. Try to write some special rules and whatnot, especially some slightly more complex things. Try to make an effect work with the game rules, and then test it out, and I think you'll have a much greater appreciation for the GW rules writers, because it is difficult. It is difficult. It's a little bit like drawing when, you have a clear concept in your brain that you want to put onto the paper, but in this case, you're trying to make something work mechanically. You're trying to write rules that will actually do the thing you're looking to happen on the game board, and it's more difficult than you would think at first, at least in my experience. Like, you think it's super simple, and then you try it and you're like, shit, like, this isn't really working. The timing isn't correct. The effect is just too generic. It's very difficult to get it right. Like I said, I've been very lucky that most of the effects, as far as I can remember, were either not that problematic, at least when I got them wrong, like they didn't affect the game in a negative way, or they were kind of okay, maybe a little, undertuned, if anything, like they didn't have a big enough impact. But I think that's preferable to writing an effect and then like having it be the most fucking important part of the game. That's I think maybe not so nice. Depends on what you're after, I guess. Like, I could see an argument, for like, oh, like this needs to be the most important mechanic in the whole campaign. If it's like a rule for your MacGuffin, then I could totally see like, oh yeah, like no, you definitely want that shit to be very impactful, because otherwise why the fuck do all these like factions care about this magic rod or whatever? If it doesn't do anything, then why the fuck is it important, right? But I haven't really written down anything for the campaign. It's just something that, got brought up in conversation. I was like, it could be fun. It has been a while that I've really kind of worked on campaign rules, and I do tend to enjoy working on those. I'm gonna tie the man down, because I am definitely gonna knock him over otherwise. And I mean, this way we knock him over on purpose. It's much, much better. But yeah, we're probably going to do an AOS campaign. The one thing that's keeping me from it is we're already involved in so many parallel projects that it's almost like terrifying a little, you know? So we currently have the Pathfinder game going, which we play about once a month. Right now is the frequency, which is plenty good, but still, that's a commitment. I would like to do a bunch of community events starting next month, and it's one of those things where, like, I guess we could play the campaign at those locations, so maybe that doesn't interfere, but it's a little bit more on the difficult side still, to imagine that, and then actually having to do that. So we'll see about that. But the biggest one is actually this army project, to be honest with you. Like, I feel like we've been making good enough progress to have a realistic chance at perhaps finishing this army in time for AOS Worlds, which sounds insane, because it is like 4 months away from now, still over 4 months, I think, right now. So by all means, I should be able to finish these fucking models by then. But I know that I work slow, and I have, like, a big vision for this army, and making it a reality is going to be difficult. Like, Boatman here, right now we're just, you know, putting in the hours of trying to build the basic stuff, the body parts, these other little bits and pieces. But we've barely gotten into the stuff that's going to require, you know, the elbow grease, such as figuring out how the fuck the boat is going to be mounted on him. How is that going to be transportable in any way in an army box or in, like, a piece of luggage or whatever? And I don't yet know the answer to that, and I do have a limited amount of time to figure it out, you know, which is a little bit scary. It's definitely a little bit on the scary side. So I gotta do my best, and I will say that the whole idea of, like, running a campaign alongside this scares me a little bit, because it means that every now and then I would have a weekend, basically, where I either have to host a game, or I have to play a game, and neither of those things sound bad, but it does mean that on that particular weekend, I don't think I'm gonna get to work on these guys, or at least on that particular day. And that adds up, though. That definitely adds up. Especially over the course of, like, 4 months. If it's just one game every month, you are missing out, you know, that one particular day each month. So I don't know. I guess I'm just, like, probably paranoid and overthinking things. I'm very prone to doing that, by the way, so you'll have to get used to it if you're new around these parts and you've only, you know, tuned in for the first time. But we'll figure it out. It is definitely appealing to me, the idea of working on a set of campaign roles and seeing what we can do. So I guess I'll sleep on it a couple more times and then decide how I feel, how I realistically feel. But right now, I'm just having a good time, a grand old time, actually, a Grand Alliance old time, even. Just working on this army project, being very self-indulgent. I've literally not streamed anything other than working on plastic models this year, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It's so good. I've been having the time of my life, and I owe it all to you, I suppose. It's been wonderful, actually, and, I mean, hey, I'm very much considering, like, maybe making this more the bread and butter of the channel. Not particularly because it's necessarily, like, oh so successful, but more so because it's just more fun. I don't mind video games, but the one problem I always have with games, compared to something tangible, like a tangible hobby like this, is when you close the game, it's hard to really be like, oh great, like I got my sharpshooter to level 24, right? Or in Diablo, like, oh great, I'm now Paragon level 874. It's kind of like, it fades from your mind very quickly. It's very transient. Whereas you build the models, and, you know, if nothing else, they kind of stand on your shelf and look at you. They're like, yeah, Dad, you built me. You're pretty cool. So I've always been more of a fan of the actual Warhammer stuff. And this was something I was thinking about just yesterday, actually. Like, how big of a part Warhammer has been in my life. Which is kind of interesting to think about. I think I was probably like 8 or 9 years old when I first started building and painting miniatures, and I was dog shit at both, by the way, like absolutely dreadful. I don't have my first models. It's a really, really old painting set that came with like a tactical squad with a sergeant with a chainsword, 3 Bolter Marines, 3 identical Bolter Marines, and 1 guy with a missile launcher. Yeah, missile launcher, but he had the weird missile launcher. I might not even have gotten the missile launcher guy now that I'm thinking about it. No, I think it was just 4 dudes with the, like, 4 guys just standing on the base, and then you had to clip in the hands that would hold the bolter. Yeah, because I think I saw like an advertisement in the box for the missile launcher guy, and I always thought he was cool, but I don't think I actually owned him. I wish that I did. I probably would have kept that guy, because he looked sick. But it is what it is. So I painted them as Black Templars back in the day, and I did the very common story, moving swiftly on instead of going into great, excruciating detail. I guess if you want to know about my hobby journey, one day we'll get into it, but I don't think it's quite important enough yet, if you will. But I moved on in high school, basically. I kind of stopped like doing Warhammer stuff completely, which is very surprising for me for the first time. For a number of years, I didn't really do anything. I was 19 when I really got back into it. And I had a lot of my stuff shipped to Belgium, which is where I was living at the time, to kind of get involved with it. Got an Imperial Knight after like scrounging up my money for it, and I converted it into an Orc Knight. I did a really shit job back in the day. I probably do have some pictures somewhere, but I would have to check like my sent emails and stuff. But it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun working on that stuff, and since then I've been involved with it in a big way, like in some capacity ever since. And I'm trying to think like when the since when was. I mean, realistically, let me think here. So this was like second year of uni, it's like 2014, so about like 9 years ago, I think, is when I kind of got back into the hobby, got my second win with it, I suppose. Around there-ish, I would say. And I haven't really looked back since. I've had like some periods of inactivity. Like last year, for example, I didn't do a whole heck of a lot, to be sure. But I think a lot of it can be attributed to changes in my life as well. And I mentioned this before, that I think as you keep, doing stuff in this hobby, unless it's your actual bread and butter, unless it's something that is like such a massive part of who you are, which there's nothing wrong with, by the way, and like I established, I think it is a big part of who I am, for example. But at the same time, I think that I was making the progress that I was making for 4 years for two reasons. One was because I basically ran a tabletop store, and it looked good for me to be as involved in the hobby as possible, right? It makes a very, very good image. It makes you seem reliable and believable, and someone that actually really likes this hobby, and people would want to interact with me for that reason, and I had a lot of fun because of that. Like, cultivating that image was not difficult for me, and it wasn't really just an image, it's something that I also wanted to be. I wanted to be cool Warhammer dude with a gaming store, because it's cool to be that guy. The other thing is, I also didn't have painted armies when I started the tabletop store. I painted my first army in the first year of the store. That was the first time I actually fully painted an actual force up to like a normal amount of points. Like over 2,000 points was my Gloomspite Gits. At the time, Moon Clan was their name. They didn't really have the whole Gloomspite thing going yet. Hadn't been figured out yet, if you will. But yeah, and I think when you don't have any painted stuff, and you get a taste for painting, it's very easy to get super lost in it. Like, you go cray-cray, you're like, holy shit, bro, this is so amazing, and it looks so cool on my shelf, and I feel so good getting this done. The dopamine is absolutely great. The serotonin is trickling into my brain box. It's fantastic. But I think once you've done a couple armies, once you've finished a couple armies, your attitude towards that changes in a big way, because you've already gotten a lot of those highs, You've already done it all a little bit. And also because you have playable armies that are fully painted, instead of constantly working away on a new concept just to have a painted army, you tend to just, play the game more with your painted stuff, because it's like, well, this is already done, right? Like, I don't have to paint more of this unless I explicitly want to. And sometimes you just, prefer the game. A lot of people from day one, when they get started in the hobby, are like, bro, I don't like the painting so much. I like the game. I like building models, but I'm just not crazy about the painting. And I think everybody goes through phases of, what you actually like, what your top priority in the game actually is. Well, not in the game, but in the hobby, I suppose, to be more correct about it. And I think that's 100% alright, by the way. Like I said, it happened to me, and it'll happen to you. I think, at least, that it will. Okay, I believe this bit goes here. Seems to line up rather well. Let's see if this goes over here, then. Wouldn't you know it, it does. It's a little finger armor that he has. I cleaned the little nozzle of the glue over here. Don't know if we have to burn it out or not. I don't think so. That's my excuse, at least. That one of the reasons I haven't felt like painting so much is mostly because I now have very sizable armies that are fully painted. So I just have less motivation, you know? I'm not as hungry for it as I like to phrase it sometimes. And I do believe that that is true, by the way. Like, I do actually believe that once you have a big enough collection, it becomes harder and harder to add to it from a motivational perspective, even though from an actual amount of work required perspective, it is easier than ever before. Like, you just have to paint one or two guys, but at the same time, you don't really feel that motivation to do so anymore. Because it's like, rather than building an army and painting an army, you're just working on a handful of guys. You're never gonna, like, really see those guys together and be like, oh, yes, it's now a colossal army, because you probably already own a colossal army. It's just, you know, you're adding, like, a handful of dudes to it. Which is okay, by the way. There's nothing really wrong with that. His hand is, like... Again, this almost seems proportional. I have to literally check the size of my hand to my feet. But I'm like, it looks so weird. The design process with these guys was, you know, like, done pretty well, but they do look weird a little bit. And not in the immediately obvious way, even though I think a lot of it is immediately obvious, but still. Okay, let's actually put these arms together now. We know what they kind of do now. Like I said, at first I thought this would not go together at all. It didn't look like it would. But then I learned my lesson. I also have a couple of the man crushers that I built for this army that are unpainted behind me. If you guys like, I can show those guys off in a second once these things are drying a little bit. They're not done. They look hideous with the base coats, but hey, most work in progress stuff tends to look pretty bad, is my excuse. And that's what we're going with. Let me just glue this together. We're gonna probably do a little bit of sanding down on these parts anyway before we really put everything together. So maybe showing off some fugly models is for the best, because it gets us a little bit of extra drying time, you know? We could also do Gargant story time, because I dug out the battle tome. I have the original one as well, which I never used, because these guys were just chilling in a box for 2 years. Like I said, sad. Very, very sad, by the way. That's a sad story. I cry every time. But yeah, let me show you the guys that I built. They're also converted. I'll show you one of the most basic guys. So this is one of the Ale Guzzlers / Man Crushers. They got renamed to Man Crushers, obviously, in the Gargant book. Like I said, the skin tone is fucking hideous. You have to excuse me for that. He basically just got like an old over Cadian flesh tone and a really heavy like wash, and I never bothered cleaning it up. I just kind of stopped there. So his shtick is that he's... I'll show the back. I modified the arms a little bit so that he's holding his belly. He's obviously got one of those Nurgle bits to have the vomit like flow forth from his body. And you can hardly tell, but he's got like 3 different barrels on his back. And, you know, he's the brewmaster, if you will. He's responsible for keeping all the drinks for the guy, so he drinks the most. And now he's fucked up, and that's like his thing. I also reposed another gentleman. He's fairly simple of a repose. Also very, very basic. We did some finger repositioning as well. Again, ignore the awful, awful skin tone. But yeah, we redid his arm position. He got a Troggoth hand, like entirely, holding this weapon. And we removed the other piece of the hand basically that could have been holding this. I think we had to. Yeah. I can see where we had to like cut it. It's obvious to me, but I also made him like pointing. That's just like a fun little thing. In terms of bits, he also has like an ogre bit on his little like belt there on the side. Just a random bag of bones basically. Just seemed nice to put on there. He's the second favorite, but my actual favorite is this guy. Even though he's not like done that well, but I really just like the way this guy looks. So this guy is like lifting a giant piece of debris over his head while kind of stepping forward with a full-size club on his back. He also has like a little like water skin that's like a whole billy goat, like made out of a whole billy goat. And obviously had to reposition the fingers for this as well. Cut and like glue them back together. He had like some green stuff straps added. He's a lot heavier than the others because of that terrain piece in his hand, but it just kind of works. They look pretty cool together. And to be honest, even though they're probably not going to be featured in the final army, unless I really, really run out of time and I have to basically have these guys instead of the Beast Smasher, I'd really like to have the Beast Smasher, though, because he's really cool. That has a really fun rule. Then I will include these guys in the army. But I'm definitely looking to paint them as well and to put them on the display board, because I would also like to make a display board to take to Amsterdam. And I'd like to have, you know, the 4 guys on there, maybe these 3 guys. And my idea is to make a giant footprint in the display board and have like the models be situated inside the footprint for the most part. Kind of like that one picture in the Battle Tome where it describes the organization of the various stomps, the giant tribes basically. That's the plan at least. I mean, hey, I don't think this is gonna dry any further, and that's maybe okay. We'll need like a little bit of gap fill on all of these bits. Nothing that massive though, it doesn't look that awful. You are like slightly too rough for my taste. Yeah, even this particular piece I think is gonna be more served by just doing proper gap fill than just doing sanding here. And that's okay. There's this little piece, I can't tell if that's like, maybe that is a mold line. It's gone now, I've gotten rid of it. But yeah, I'd like to make this kind of a cool hobby project, you know? That's the big thing for me, and despite the fact that this is an awful season for not only Sons of Behemoth, but also Beastclaw Raiders, which is another big favorite of mine, and unfortunately it is an army of one of my friends who will probably take part in the AOS side of things, if I had to guess. Although who knows, maybe he would like to try out as Tyranids, but yeah, Beastclaw will also really struggle with the whole Galician, I don't know what, like, how the fuck you're supposed to pronounce that, by the way. The GC, you know, like, battle tactics especially. Because the grand strategy is doable, potentially. There's a couple that you can try, and as we've established, the grand strategy is the least important one out of those two. I feel like it goes together like this. And I would be correct. Such a tiny little arm. It's very tiny. But that's okay. I will now glue this thing to the other piece of the hand and see what we can see. I mean, we'll probably need to do a little bit of cutting on the actual arms themselves, but for the time being, I think it's okay to just put these together at least. And in his case, I think we will probably have to do the actual slicing from the shoulder down, if I had to guess, but we'll see. I mean, tonight we'd like to build kind of all the parts of the giant himself, and if we still have the time, we'll go back to the ship too. Because of course, it's a boatman, he's got a boat. With the hand on, it looks a little bit more believable, but still kinda tiny, you know? Oh, I see why this was not important. I was gonna say, like, it's so weird that they just, like, put that together like that, but I see now that because none of that is gonna be visible, essentially. I missed, like, a sprue gate here, apparently. Thankfully, I think we just got fully rid of it, with, like, no trace at all. And I will now glue on this armor plate that he has. I guess I'll also get some glue on this here, because he's got like another armored gauntlet thing, and I don't mind giving him the armored gauntlet. I know, you know, it's supposed to be more for the War Stomper, but it actually looks cool. So I'd rather have this on here. And the War Stomper, at least according to the plan that I have now, is going to be maybe more nature-themed. So maybe he won't feature that many, like, armor plates, if we can help it. We will see, of course, what the final verdict on that is going to be. None of these things want to glue right now, by the way. Like, they kind of locked into place, and then they wanted to just keep moving around. So let me see what this will look like. Yeah, so it's just he's waving his hand around the back. It's not bad, but it's not really ideal for what we want. I definitely feel like this is going to be one of those moments where we're going to have to slice the shoulder, basically. The entire shoulder joint, and like redo that, which is a little bit terrifying because there's a lot of other parts that will need to go there. But we'll have to do that nonetheless from the looks of it. It's a good arm though. It's definitely one of the arms of all time. It's in the top 2 of arms for sure. I think I'm seeing my issue, maybe? Yes, my issue was that it was not, like, the right way around. Wouldn't you know it? That kind of explains things. Most of the time, these things, like, really satisfyingly click into place. I was really missing that with that one. Thankfully, I got the hand armor, at least, you know, correctly on. But yeah, man, like... I do think maybe their arms are a little short. They definitely seem to be focused on the legs. Kind of weird for a bunch of dudes that are all about stomping, if you ask me, but then what do I know? So trying to see what this would look like if we just, like, straight up left it like this. It's not bad, but if we wanted to do, like, a straight running post for this guy, then I think we'd still have to move this back a little. So he's got an arm now, which is not a bad thing to have, I've been told. Any arm havers in the chat? I guess if you don't have an arm, then it's hard to type. Although you could just have, you know, one. It's one and done. Alright, let's build the Gatebreaker arm with the dudes in it. Now, the dudes being in it might be a little weird, considering he's holding a ship, but I don't really mind. And the other thing is, I don't know what other hand he could get. I mean, I do have a bunch of Troggoth bits, so I guess we could put on a hand from there, but let me look on the Warhammer site, like, briefly. I don't actually think that, you know, we have, like, a lot of ways to go about this, you know? And the reason I say that is pretty simply because I'm trying to remember all the Troggoth bits, but they're mostly holding something in their hands anyway. And at that point, it might as well be people to have more of a reference to the size. Even though he's gonna be a big boy anyway, but kind of makes sense in my head. Let's look at the dank holds. Because I did have, well, I do have 4 dank holds. They're very dank. They're great. Yeah, so there's that one that's holding, like, the stalagmite. Or stalactite. I never know the difference between those. I mean, that's a thing we could put on, I suppose. It would mostly fit, from what I'm seeing here. It would mostly fit. But I don't know if we want to have it. There's also an alternate build option for these guys. I guess the question remains, the other hand is always going to be a grippy hand. It could be a grippy hand that kind of doesn't have much in it. Although it's difficult. It's difficult to make it that way. Plus, it really, if he's holding onto something, like, you wouldn't have your hands, you know, like, you wouldn't have it in, like, an enclosed fist. You'd have, like, an open palm kind of thing, right? Even if you're running with like, a boat around you, if you're trying to hold on to it, you'd have, like, an open fist. That's kind of why I wanted to have this particular hand, because it's kind of relaxed. It's not like fully like, you know, closed, ready to squish somebody. And all of these hands would have to be at that point, which is not bad, just not ideal for what we're looking to do right now, I would say. Yeah, I would say that I don't know if we'll get a chance to use these particular bits. They're not bad by any stretch of the imagination. It just so happens that they're also not really what we're looking to add to this model, as it turns out. Yeah, like, it's gonna be some variation of holding something, which is okay, but just not necessarily the best. They do have a cannon necklace, which might be interesting for us, though. Because we want to have some cannons on the ship anyway, so maybe that's something I need to remember. We'll try to keep that in mind. Another tempting thing for the Mega-gargants, which I've seen done a couple times on various places on the internet, is to make like Mega-trogants. Because they're already kind of disproportionate. You don't have to do that much in terms of different like build options with them. You have to add on top of their body. You have to add like barnacles, you have to add like some mushrooms and stuff, but it's fairly easy to do. And the feet by and large kind of look right in the first place. Although in the case of, you know, the dank holds, they have like weird kind of almost like resembling elephant limbs in a way. And I mean, hey, we could try to go for that if we really wanted to, I suppose, but it would be betraying Boatman and his legacy. And honestly, I'm not so into that. Boatman is a big part of my identity now, apparently. And I would like to make him a reality. He's gonna be a badass motherfucker, so to speak, if you're part of my French. Yeah, I think the whole Gargantuan Troggoth thing is definitely a cool idea that you can try and do. But I don't think I'll be doing that. I just don't think I'm going down that route. But hey, if you do that, I guess post pictures of it. It's probably gonna be cool. Did I ever slice these things out? No, I didn't. I was too busy talking out of my ass, most likely. What is this, like? Oh, okay. It just looked like he had like a big like cut or something in his arm here. I was like, what? But I think it's just something that will get filled up as we go. So this particular bit was 92. We're looking for 93 now. I'll probably, you know, actually include some of the Kraken Eater bits on the ship more likely, like the tentacle and everything. That looks pretty sweet. Can definitely see a way to include that. Do we need 93 next? Yes, we do. Cool. That was fairly easy. I am a little worried overall with the amount of limbs, because I have these sprues for sure, and I have another set of limbs and such sliced off, but I don't know how many are in there. So I'm hoping we didn't actually, because I mentioned before that I sold some bits. I don't normally do that, and I was very reluctant, but a friend of mine kept bugging me about it, and so I did in the end. I kind of already regret it, though. I mean, hey, that could actually look cool, this like, running pose. He's like an unarmed gargant right now. Cool stuff. Okay, apparently this is like one of the most simple hands of all time, because it's just 4 pieces, surprisingly. I'm also looking at the Fort Crusher flail here. It looks kind of neat, although I'll probably be replacing mine with a different bit when we get to him. Later on, at least, that's going to be a thing. That's the other half of the Fort Crusher. I was about to ask, why do I have 2 Fort Crusher flails? Why can't I hold all these Fort Crusher flails? It's not that big of a problem to have. I mean, most people really, really love the Gatebreaker, because turns out having 3, potentially 4 damage on your melee weapons is pretty fucking sick. And I say potentially 4 because if you hit someone in cover, then, you know, you hit him harder. So that could be nasty. That could be really nasty with it, for sure. It's the inside of the hand. What am I breaking? Eh, it didn't break, thankfully. How many guys? Is he holding like 3 people? It looks like he's holding like 3 folks in here, man. My man is just fucking lifting like an entire small family of dudes. Just dudes upon dudes upon dudes. Alrighty. Give me your hand. Let's do a little bit of hand holding on stream. Hopefully we don't get banned for it. It's very lewd, you know. Why doesn't this one go together? Oh no, it does. It does. So let me see. No, it's like two dudes. Yeah, it's two dudes. There's a dude like kind of holding his hand out weird, like clamped around just, you know, the pinky and the ring finger, although he only has 4 fingers including his thumb, so he is a giant. He didn't get the full set. And there's another like attempting to crawl out, but he's in a vice grip of the actual index and thumb there. I mean, it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. Just some poor villagers about to get violently owned, as you do. I really, instead of dry fitting, should just be building this so that, you know, we can see it all together sooner. So let's do that. Let us, in fact, do that. Let me take a sip right here before we get further in. And now, let's start cleaning these arms, bro. It's time to get the other arm done. Because what you cannot do with your left, you will be able to achieve with your right. It's an old Scythian saying, obviously. Wouldn't expect you to know it, but hey, get some education in you while you tune into my stream. It's gonna be really funny if it turns out that just by modifying the legs position the tiniest of bits, we'll get like almost a perfect running pose for this guy. It's also really gonna make me mad at the people that just complain online endlessly about like every Mega-gargant looks the same. And it's like, okay, did you take a scalpel to yours? It's like, no. Okay, then why are you complaining? Like, just get some fucking balls, cut your models into pieces. It's not that difficult. Like, come on now. It genuinely isn't that difficult, though, and to be honest, there's very few things that you can really mess up on these models that cannot be repaired with green stuff or just, like, putting it back together the way it was. I understand the stress, it's an expensive kit, but I think past a certain point in the hobby, you should be able to just be like, hey, like, I'll take a scalpel, maybe a hobby saw or something to it, see what we can achieve. I'm still actually debating changing the, you know, this leg's position a little bit in the back, because it's not bad right now, but from the front, which is kind of the angle that we're looking to actually have with this lad, I'm thinking it would look better if we actually moved it slightly so that it's more behind him. We might be able to work with it though. Like, if we want to be lazy, I think this pose can currently work. It's a salvageable pose, to say the least. But we could maybe improve upon it a little further, and obviously there's still a lot of green stuffing to do. That's you know, something for future me. Kind of still need to clean this off over here. Alright, I mean, that was pretty easy. It was attached to the screw in like 4 places, so not at all surprising that we were able to make fast progress, but still kind of nice. Alrighty-o. This Frugio is a little bit tougher to remove. We'll probably have to smooth it out a little as well once we're done with that. Never a bad thing, explicitly, but hey. We'll see what we can do. But yeah, I'm definitely thinking, at least for the first half of the year, I'll probably do a ton more hobby content on Twitch, just because it allows me to double down, you know, and actually make some progress. Haven't hobbied quite this much in a very long time, and I'm very happy to be back in it, to be honest. Like I said, video games are nice and all, but for me, the transient nature of your accomplishments, like, wears on me a little. And as a consequence, I just have more fun with the models, because if nothing else, you know, the whole world can go crazy, a lot of the rules can change, but cool models are going to be cool models forever. And that's I think, words to live by. It's very commonly stated advice when you are thinking about, you know, various Warhammer related shenanigans, but it is 100% true that you should go for a rule of cool above all things, above army effectiveness. should always pick the stuff that you think looks the friggin' coolest, because that way, even when your stuff gets nerfed all the way to heck, at least you'll have a bunch of like cool dudes sitting on a shelf rather than a bunch of models you really fucking hate. And also, unless you're like some kind of god of self-control, painting a bunch of shit you really don't care for, hell, even assembling a bunch of shit you really don't care for is kind of difficult. Like, you might have to psyop yourself into getting it done, and that's never that much fun, to be completely honest. It's gonna take so much longer to get shit done if you constantly have to tell yourself, like, I fucking hate this, but I gotta get it done. A part of me is worried about that with the Gargants, actually, because while I really like the idea of Sons of Behemoth, the actual, like, and the idea more so of, like, a Mega-gargant army because of the ultimate low model count army, of course, I do sometimes notice on myself, like, I'm like, do I really, really like this army? Because I'm spending so much time discussing how I'm going to modify it, and I have so many ideas on how to modify it. Like, am I just trying to find the copium that will allow me to actually, you know, engage with this army? And the answer is a partial yes, for sure. But the other answer is that I want this army to look very individual, you know? I want it to be unique. Because if I'm gonna do, like, an army like this, an expensive investment that is gonna take a lot of time and energy, then I would want it to be completely my own. But that requires a little bit more effort than your average army would. Like, I could do a number of fucking armies in significantly less time, and that has been also something on my mind recently, now that I'm kind of more deeply back in the hobby stuff. Not that much more deeply, but still. I am, like, building a few lists in my spare time when I'm not, like, streaming or busy with other stuff. And there's a number of lists I could literally just build that I could probably paint in the span of about a week and take to the event. And while they wouldn't be good, we've established that I don't particularly care if something is, you know, the most fucking effective. That's not really what we're after. And I could still do really low model count, by the way. Maybe not 4, although it's also a possibility. I think 7 is, like, one of the lowest that I can go to, for sure, with Soulblight Gravelords. Glavelords, of course. But, yeah, I've been thinking about Stormcast as well, because originally when the dragons came out, I think a lot of people were super hype about it, and I kind of had, like, a hipster reaction, you know, where I was like, oh, people like the dragons, well, I don't like the dragons. And I've had to revisit the models and admit to myself that the actual dragons, so Krondys, Son of Dracotheon, and Karazai the Scarred, like, they're kind of cool. They're cool enough. They're cool enough, for sure. It's, for me, the actual, what is it, like, Drakesworn Guard? Is that the name? Is it Drakesworn Guard? I can't believe that I don't know the name. Is it just Drakesworn Guard? No, it's not even that. Dracothean Guard? No, that's the wingless dragons, right? God, what are they called? Everyone just calls them, including me, by the way, I'm part of the problem, but everyone just calls them, like, you know, Stormcast Dragons. Stormdrake Guard. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's almost Drakesworn, to be fair. But yeah, Stormdrake Guard. I'm not so crazy about those guys. They look okay. I pulled up the GW site again here, and I'm looking at them. They have some cool expressions, and I understand why they went with the more like, human expressions on them. They look, let's be real, they kind of look like furries, like furry art, a little bit. But I get it, because, you know, you're not making big ol' mean dragons, you're making, like, dragons that are mean to the enemy, but you're not making them, like, mindless killing machines. You're making, like, noble beasts. Which is kind of a cool concept, and it requires a different design, all by its own. But I'm not so crazy about those guys. I think they're okay. It's just like Krondys and Karazai are infinitely cooler. And I think I dismissed them originally because I was like, I will be a contrarian. Like, today I will be a contrarian. And then I was a contrarian, and then I never looked at the models again. And it turns out they're not bad looking, actually. I just, you know, was too busy trying to pat myself on the back for not liking something that other people liked, because it's like, oh, I must be such an intellectual to have that opinion. It's very easy to fall into that mindset and attitude, I think, these days, but it's so incorrect. The old chestnut, you know, is popular, so it sucks. The whole hipster thing I mentioned. It's a very dumb way of living your life. If you're going to let, you know, a bunch of other people determine your enjoyment of something, like whether or not it's popular, I think that's really, really bad. In the grand scheme of things, like it will actually have a negative effect on your life. Because you should like what you like. It's okay to like things that other people also like. In fact, it's kind of a bonding moment, you know. You get to nerd out about your fucking like cool dragons with other people that also like cool dragons. But yeah, I mean, I could build a list of Krondys, Karazai, like 3 Praetors, and 9 Annihilators. I think was the thing that I had in mind. Drop the Annihilators and essentially live and die whether or not we roll 9, at least on 2 of them when they do arrive from reserve. Meanwhile, like Krondys gets his bodyguard unit, just dominates the midfield, and you just push Karazai around making like row noises the whole game. Well, and by the whole game I mean turn 2, but the game's over by turn 3 in competitive anyway, right? So basically the whole game, the game that matters. Excuse me. It would be a lot of fun. I could also, instead of the Praetors, if I downgrade all of the actual Annihilators to the dudes with shields. So the ones here, I said Annihilators, but I mean the ones with the Great Hammers. They're slightly more expensive because they do significantly more damage, while still essentially having like a good enough save. A 3-up save is good enough, and I mean, hey, you're probably gonna still die to mortal wounds even with the 2-up save guys, unfortunately. Because you got, like, no real answer to that, sadly. It is what it is. But yeah, if you downgrade all of them to the Shield Boys, then you can also fit the Celestin Prime into the list. Now, the downside is that at that point, you either have to have one of the Celestin, like, well, not Celestin, one of the Celestin Primes. Imagine having 2 of those. But more so, like, you'll either have to have one of the Annihilator units on the ground, which is pretty bad for business because they're not doing their mortal wounds, and also they are basically like just hoofing it. They have what, like a 4-inch move? Maybe they were given 5, I'm not sure, but they're really, really slow. Even if you run them every single turn, it's gonna take a very long time for them to get anywhere. And mortal wounds will still kill them once they get there, but hey, they look damn cool doing it. So it is, you know, worth noting that. But yeah, that would be a fun army. I would probably even do the Celestin Prime thing more so than the Praetors. The Praetors are more effective, and the Praetors are nice models, by the way. They're some of the coolest, like, Thunderstrike models that were released. And up until now, they didn't really have a use. They've always had the bodyguard ability that I mentioned. It's just that for the price point that they had up until, like, last week, I don't think it was really worth it, even though it was a very, very good rule. It's a really strong rule because it's essentially a 3-up ward that you can give to one unit, but you have to decide at the start of the game what that unit is. Although, of course, you're probably just going to decide during list writing and deploy accordingly. It seems to make the most sense, obviously. But yeah, that could be a really fun list, actually, for the aforementioned reasons. Now, with the Celestin Prime, it changes a little bit, because Krondys, at that point, is going to die if the opponent focuses him. And I mean, he's gonna get focused. He's a really, really good caster. He's got, like, a hell of a spell. Most of the time, you know, it's gonna be top priority getting rid of that guy for the enemy. Which makes sense. He's annoying to fight against, I imagine. I've not actually seen Stormcast Dragons at all in person. Not even the Storm Drakes. A friend of mine had a couple that he was working on, but I don't know if he still has them or if he, like, canned the project now. I forgot to ask the last time I met him. He was my Nighthaunt opponent last weekend, actually, but I wasn't really thinking about the Stormcast stuff at the time, so I didn't ask him. But I mean, hey, you lose some survivability on Krondys, but you gain Galmaraz, although in its unbuffed state most likely, because it depends who you put into the heavens and who you don't. But you also do get a ton of mortal wounds because of the Comet Strike Scepter that the Prime has, which I personally still believe is like the best part of that entire model. Like a rules-wise. Maybe not like modeling-wise, it's just a scepter. It doesn't look bad though, to be honest. I've seen it once like up close and it didn't look bad. It's more so like reliable mortal wounds at very good range. It's almost like an artillery attack, you know? It's pretty sweet, in my opinion, of course. But yeah, buying that army would be painful, because it's expensive. But then every army is, to a degree, so it's not a real complaint, to be honest. This is a luxury hobby, and we need to be real about that. But building and painting it would take no time at all, because it's very low model count, very simple, and I don't think I would feature a lot of conversion work. Well, I say that now, and probably when I would get into it, I would come up with a million ways to convert it. In the past, I did convert the very first Stormcast Warband from Warhammer Underworlds to have Bretonnian helmets, and they look fucking badass, by the way, with that. They look so fucking cool. It's incredible. It's truly, like, maddeningly awesome, the way they look. So, it's one of those things where I think I would want to do something similar, if I'm absolutely real with myself. I would want to do something very, very similar for the Stormcast army that I would build if I were to build a Stormcast army. Although, I don't think I will anytime in the future. Like, for this particular Sons of Behemoth army, we still need to get the Beast Smasher Mega-gargant, which is an investment. But before I get to that point, I would like to get at least, you know, the first 3 built to a degree where I'm comfortable with them. Maybe we can start painting them in sub-assemblies, some of that stuff, who knows, but it would be way better than just like piling on even more plastic. And like I said, I don't mind doing it as late as possible in the project, because we do have a fallback plan of the 3 Man Crushers that I just showed you. We could always do like a first edition of Gargants, aka AOS 2.0 version of the Gargants. And just have like 3 small ones and 1 of each. There's also a part of me that was considering adding an Incarnate of Gur, because my Night Hunter opponent actually busted that out with his Stormcast like Saturday afternoon. And I mean, hey, I've seen the rules for that thing and they looked incredible. Like, it literally kind of cannot die. It's a pretty strong ability when you can't die in a game where dying is kind of what your opponent is trying to do to you, as it turns out. And yeah, it seems to work rather nicely, but that is something I would have to convert, because the base model is not something I like. And I don't think the base model is something anybody likes, to be honest with you. It's just not a very good looking kit. It looks kind of derpy, if we're absolutely real. But hey, GW still sold 1 million of those. So I guess, you know, design doesn't matter in the end. And it kind of doesn't. For tournament use, a lot of people will just, you know, pull the trigger on it just because it's super fucking strong. And I don't necessarily judge, you know, people for that, because as we've established, it's one of those things where it's like, hey man, like, you do what you do, I suppose. Give me a second, I'll put the BRB screen on for a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I have returned. Thank you for your patience. Let me move this cam back here. Oh, there's one other semi-interesting topic that we can get into, and that is the VOD channel, actually. So you might be aware, you might not be, but I do have a VOD channel that I actually basically run. I just upload every single stream. I don't tend to do any editing to any of the VODs, basically. I do add the timestamps, which I don't want to pat myself on the back too hard for that, but I think it's a nice thing to do. And funnily enough, you know, this is like VODception, because this VOD will also go on there. So right now you might be watching this on there eventually later, which is kind of funny to think about. But I wanted to mention that we've cracked triple-digit views on one of our uploaded VODs, and I don't know why. I got no idea why it happened, but it is very, very cool. So right now I'm looking at it, and we have 106 views on the first stream of 2023, where we built the Gargants. That's something of a milestone, and I'm not sure I understand, like, why that's a thing, but I'm more than happy to see it. It's kind of neat. The other VOD is doing abysmally in comparison, so I don't know what that says about these, but hey, you take the good with the bad, I suppose. Either way, I'm very happy to just have, you know, one VOD that apparently is now like cracking triple-digit views. It's kind of funny. Popping off a little? I'm not sure, but it is kind of fun to think about. Just thought I'd mention that. Just thought I'd flex my numbers a little bit, you know? Like, I don't wanna fucking alarm anybody with 106 views on YouTube. It sounds so funny, like, said out loud, right? You got people like chasing the million views, and even more than that. I mean, hey, your boy is gonna take a dub where he finds it. It's just how it goes. I've also considered like maybe doing some different kind of YouTube content, but like I mentioned I think previously, I just have so much fun chilling on stream doing my thug thizzle and just kind of sticking to VODs. So I don't know if I'll, and the thing is, the YouTube content I was doing before, I don't know if I ever linked my YouTube on Twitch, which I guess I could just check right now. I am curious if it's there. I'm pretty sure like it's not like a hidden thing. I'm fairly certain that it is like actually linked. I wonder if this is gonna be muted. Thankfully it is. By God, that could have been bad. Yeah, my YouTube is on here. So I do have a YouTube channel that you can check out basically, and it's just like very short form, generally speaking, short form videos. Very, very minimal, if at all, any kind of editing. Just playing stuff like Killing Floor for the most part, some other stuff. And, you know, like, it's not particularly inspiring. Like, I didn't know at the time when I was, like, making that content, but it's much better suited. The style of stuff that I do, I think, really lends itself better to a live format, basically. And especially with the more long-form thing of streaming as well. I think I'm better when it basically goes on longer. And it just kind of goes to show that that is the case, because I think I did a couple long Killing Floor videos, like over an hour in terms of length, and I'm pretty sure those did the best out of any of the content that I made as well. So maybe the few people that stumbled upon my YouTube channel also agree with my sentiments, who knows. But yeah, streaming is a good time, I'll say that much. I've been having fun with it for sure. And like I said, we're kind of inadvertently like turning into a hobby stream thing. It's a little bit weird for me because I was so worried about like doing a proper setup, and this is still not a proper painting/assembling setup. It's literally just my webcam like tilted down, and that's it. But hey, you work with what you have, and so far it's been, you know, it's proven enough, I would say, or just about enough. So we'll take it. We'll take it for the time being. I'm open to building up the stuff a little bit more, but like I said, I got very, very different priorities still, especially going into the next month with some local tabletop events and stuff. So it might be another one of those months where instead of buying a boom arm, we'll just like rent a space and put some tables in there so people can throw dice down essentially and battle it out on the fields of war. I do still need to get in touch with a potential location about that, actually. So I gotta do that tomorrow. I had a spot in mind for the upcoming event. It's not a tourney or anything. This is literally kind of an open day style thing that I'll be doing. Just, you know, to have people come out of their shell a little bit. Because not everybody has a big old table like I do in this room where they can just play, which is unfortunate for them, of course. So, like, I understand the privilege in that regard where I can basically, like, play every weekend if I so desire. But the one location has gotten back to me about my inquiry, and they were nice. They were really nice about it. The one issue, though, is that essentially the feedback that they gave me was that it would be possible to have it on the date that I have in mind, just not in the time frame that I specified, which is not that big of a deal, but it is a little uncomfortable if I have to, like, move it like 4 hours earlier. So we'll see. I guess I'll do like a price check with the other location I have in mind and then see which one actually comes out on top. But knowing me, it'll probably just be like the original time that I envisioned, even if it is like slightly more expensive. Because I just don't care, bro. Like, just want to have a good time. Just want people to have a good time, and that's it. However much it costs, it's like, fuck it, dude. I'm gonna do like 2 of these, and then we'll see what else we can come up with. I'm also very, very much considering doing another tournament, like a full-on, probably AOS one, because I've done like 2 of those in the last, like, I want to say 2 years. I missed last year with the tourney, sadly. Kind of wanted to do one for a while. A bunch of other stuff came out, that came up, and before I knew it, there was no more time in the year. I'm like, fuck. This was not as planned, but hey, it happens. It is kind of what it is. But maybe this year we can make up for it. We can actually do a proper AOS tourney. I had a giant Liberator hammer 3D printed for the last one, so that was kind of cool. I also painted it, like just spray painted it gold. Didn't really do much else with it. Perhaps I should have, but I was lazy. I also got it super late though. That's kind of the other excuse. So I basically just spray painted the damn thing. I think I got like 1 picture from the guy that ended up, like, he ended up mounting it in his game room somewhere. I guess I could try to find that if I really wanted to. I don't think I have like a non-doxy version of the actual hammer from before, sadly. I can check real quick because I have like basically all the pictures saved. Perhaps I could show this thing to you without necessarily compromising the identity of other people, because my identity has already been compromised, but that's okay. You know, we knew the risks when we took the job. You can kind of see it in this one, but not so nicely. Let's see. Maybe I can just show like the one picture that I took to essentially announce the thing in the first place. I mean, hey, let me just for, you know, people's safety purposes, see if I can. Yeah, we're just gonna go with this one. Can I guess, you know what? This will have to do. Let me see. We have a. Yeah. So this was one of the prizes actually. So this was first prize. There was also like a. So there was also like a cup that they got, but this was the big one. This was the big prize, obviously. Oh man, good times. If I'm gonna do another tourney, it's definitely gonna feature something like that, but I'm gonna change the design a little bit. Well, I'm not gonna be doing that. I'll get someone to do it for me. That's how you do it, because I don't know 3D design. I never really learned, unfortunately, but I do know someone that does, and that's pretty good. It's very useful. Okay, I mean, I think this hand is doing a-okay. It's gonna need a little bit of back, like gap filling for sure. And we got some problem areas. Apparently there's some like more stubborn mold lines than I thought, but we can still kind of get rid of them now-ish. And then we'll put it together, and then we'll see what it looks like. I'm very, very curious. Is this gonna be the right pose for us? Kind of doubtful, right? Yeah, I very, very much doubt it, looking at it right now. But we will mount the thing on, because if nothing else, we can always like break it back off, and like I said, I think we're probably gonna have to saw into the shoulders. It's kind of unavoidable, in my opinion. It's not really something that we can avoid doing. At least with the left arm, I don't really see any other way this will go. Because I have a very different position in mind for that arm. The way it looks right now isn't bad. Like, you'll see in a second. I'm literally just about to glue on this hand, and then we'll just, like, glue on both of the arms. He's gonna be a little bit of a headless boy for the time being. We still haven't done the head bits. But hey, we're about to get to that right after this. Just spreading that glue liberally over here. If we gotta break it off, like, it's fine. We'll be okay. Hopefully the hand stays on during this process. That would be kind of nice if it did. I feel like I'm holding this wrong, is the big impression I'm getting. Yeah, like I get a much nicer look at whether or not it's fully lined up. It's very surprising to me that they did the same exact attachment method for this as with the original Ale Guzzler. Even though I don't think that's a particularly great way to attach the limbs with that guy. I respect the whole, you know, keeping the tradition alive, but at the same time, I think a little bit of an improvement could have maybe been made. I mean, this doesn't want to line up at all. What's the deal with that? Come on, bud. Is it that? I think it might be that. Yeah, like, you could get away with this pose. So, like look at this. Like, you could get away with this pose if you really wanted to. I'm kind of holding the leg that we modified. I'll change that so maybe you get a better image of what we did. But you could absolutely just have my man look like this. It's kind of weird to have a Gargant without a giant weapon, to be real with you. So, but I mean, hey, you could just do this, and it just required the tiniest bit of cutting. And it is a little bit different than your normal position. I do have a couple bodies here, no feet or legs or anything. Well, the legs are there, but no like feet or arms really. And it's slightly different, basically. It would show up more if we put them on the base, because he's leaning way more forward. He's actually kind of running almost. If I put him on the base and like hold him on the side, maybe you'll be able to tell what I mean. But yeah, like normal Gargant would be more like kind of upright, almost even like looking up a little bit. So that's like a pretty sizable difference that you can achieve with just like 2 cuts and a little rebuilding. So it's kind of interesting that people don't do that, huh? Turns out folks do be lazy all the time. Not really sure where to put this guy now. I guess we'll just leave him here. I don't think we need the base just yet. So we can, you know, dish this body right now for the time being. We do have the boat. So in case you're new here, we're working on codename Boatman. He's gonna be a Kraken Eater conversion, and the plan is to put this fucking boat around him. And yeah, you can kind of see the issue that I mentioned with the position of the arm. So previously, I can again grab one of my armless, feetless assistants here, and kind of show what we have in mind. So we want like the front of the boat to be on its front. We want the back of the boat to be on the back. And yes, you don't need to state the obvious. I realize that this is overlapping any base ever made in this game currently. Perhaps outside of like Vorgoroth maybe, because his base is straight up a fucking A4 sheet of paper, which is ridiculous by the way, but oh, and the model doesn't come with that either. God, dreadful, absolutely dreadful. But yeah, so that's kind of the plan that we have, and I know it's ridiculous, but I don't care. But yes, we're seeing an issue here. The issue is that his arm is in the way, turns out. Turns out his arm is in the way because it is kind of neither in the boat nor outside of the boat. It's just kind of awkward. And that's not really what we want. That's not at all what we want. So we're gonna have to slice his frickin' arms off, most likely. Now, before I do that, though, I'm gonna do something probably really bad. Well, potentially bad, because I'm gonna do something that might make me reconsider the whole thing. And that's not good, obviously, because we have done a whole bunch of making fun of stuff and going all out on the boatman thing and all this other bullshit. But I kind of want to build his neck and head and then see what this basic pose is looking like, essentially, so that we can extrapolate from there. Now, this does mean that we will reach a point, essentially, before the point of no return, where I'll probably look at this model and be like, God damn, it looks so cool with just the basic modification, that a part of me is tempted to just keep it that way. And we're going to have to defeat that temptation together. It's going to take all of our combined strength to do that, but I believe we can do it. And hopefully, chat, you believe in me that I can do that as well. So, interestingly enough, even though I mentioned that this guy's a Kraken Eater, he's got none of the bits of a Kraken Eater so far, and that's intentional. It's going to be the boat, basically, that ties him in more so. So, what we're looking to do now is basically build the neck of the War Stomper, funnily enough, because the War Stomper is the guy that is looking more forward. I guess I could also look... I'm going to quickly look at the instruction booklet here, just to take a look-see at the Gatebreaker. But it turns out the Gatebreaker has like a bad case of hollow neck, so we can't exactly use his head unless we want to go with like his hooded head, which, funnily enough, with this particular pose would actually look pretty amazing. I think it might look really, really good, but I don't think we're gonna do that. Again, we're saying no to that temptation for sure, and instead we're going whole hog into the actual War Stomper. We need the War Stomper neck. Give me that neck action is what I'm all about right now. So apparently it's maybe just 2 pieces, because I don't know if we need piece 33, which is the little like back thing that he has. If we can avoid putting that on, we definitely will, because we don't want to go full War Stomper. You know, never go full War Stomper, as a wise man once said. Funnily enough, because it is like one of the worst, it is actually the worst version of the Mega-gargant. It kind of makes sense to say that, as rough as it sounds. So I think I located piece 32. Indeed I have. Bro, this fur on like the shoulders actually looks amazing. Never really seen this up close, but this looks like proper, nicely well done. Huh. It's almost like someone got paid a huge amount of money to design this. Interesting. Looks like we will indeed need the back piece. Although we can maybe get like away with it. We'll see, we'll see. There's another little piece. Piece 34, which is... It looks super weird, by the way. I have found it. It's just so strange. It's just his necklace and some parts of the pelt on his back kind of held together. It looks very, very fragile. So I'm not super into it, I'll be real with you. But we'll see what we can do. The saddest part is we might have to get rid of the fur in the end, even though I just gushed about how cool it is. Because the fur thing, while really neat looking, is definitely more of a War Stomper bit. Yeah, so that would be his neck. It do be looking like a neck, as it turns out. Can't really see it, unfortunately, but just, you know, believe me when I say that it definitely resembles a neck. It's got all the pieces of a neck. Now, I am curious about one more thing. We're not really doing anything bad with this, because I don't think that any of these pieces have an overlap. No, they all seem to be quite different. Yeah, so even if we don't end up using this piece, we're not completely screwed, because they don't really use the same pieces for the the different variants. I just nearly said similar variants, which I guess makes sense, but it doesn't sound right, does it? Allow me to take another sippy. Give me a mo. But yes, we will clean this neck, and we will at least dry fit it. And we'll probably also build the Kraken Eater head to see if it's compatible in any way, shape, or form with this particular neck. I assume that it is not, by the way, and I assume we will also need green stuff here, which is more than fine. That's completely okay. And that's like one of those things we will do at a later point, because right now the arms are much more important for us, to figure out how the balls we're gonna go about fixing those. Still kind of thinking, like, would there be a reason to use the Troggoth, the Dankhold Troggoth hands? Even though they're definitely, like, gripping something? Maybe we could add some rope or something in there, but it would look so kind of awkward, you know? This is such massive fucking fists. you don't like put a giant club or something in there, it looks kind of weird, you know? We'll see, we'll see. We can probably still break the fists off. Well, not the fists, but the hands in this case, if we decide not to go with these in the end. And if not, we can just saw them off, and that's completely fine. The only time you can say saw somebody's hands off and not be perceived as a complete psycho is when you're talking about plastic models. That's the beauty of this hobby. There's an interview once with one of the GW sculptors. I can't remember the man's name, unfortunately. This was, like, I think on the Stormcast podcast back in the day when that was a thing. And I still listen to some of that, actually. It wasn't as bad as some people claim it was. It was definitely a weird concept for a podcast because it was so short. I think the longest episode they did was like an hour, maybe. Which is kind of not what you think about when at least not what I think about when someone says, like, hey, there's a podcast. I'm like, oh, okay, like, how long is it? Is it like 3 hours? Is it 2 hours? Is it 6 hours? Most of the time, that's like your typical long-form content, right? At least in my brain, that's what I think of. But then I'm also not that big of a podcast guy, so maybe I'm 100% wrong. But yeah, there was this interview with one of the designers, and he mentioned that sometimes he feels like a menace to society because apparently he takes the train to work and back. So one day he was basically commuting back home. He's on the train, but his brain is still stuck in work mode. He's still like thinking about how to get something on the sprue, and he's looking at this guy sitting in front of him, like literally like they're just facing each other, and he's looking at the man sitting, and he like suddenly, and he's like speaking under his breath, but just loud enough to be audible because it's just the two of them in the train car. He's basically making hand motions and kind of like trying to imagine how he would slice the man in front of him apart, because he's picturing that person as the model, how it would go on the sprue. And then he actually like figured out how it would go on the sprue and has like a eureka moment. Meanwhile, the poor guy that has like no context for this is literally worried that like the world's most incompetent serial killer is essentially describing how he's going to destroy this man in Minecraft, of course. So he just like leaves the train, and that's like when the reality sets in for the designer, where he's like, fuck, I just chased a man off of this train inadvertently. I didn't mean for it to happen. I was just kind of stuck in work mode. When I said I would slice the shoulder off, I didn't mean I did mean that I would slice the shoulder off, but I didn't want to slice your shoulder off. I wanted to slice the Auric Brute's shoulder off. Imagine having to explain that in court. It's like, Your Honor, my client was clearly muttering Auric Mega Warboss under his breath as he was making the slicing motions, which makes it obvious that he was discussing work projects with himself. Imagine those official statements. What fun it would be. I'll do a little bit more cleaning here. This mold line's on the fur here from the looks of it. Not like really big ones, but still. Let's get rid of them while we're here. Alrighty. Very curious how this is gonna look, and how much green stuffing that neck is gonna need. I can't imagine that much. Although maybe we need like the side of the head. We're not sure. We're not sure because this is the first time we're building Mega-gargants, actually. As luck would have it. Alright, let's see. There was a mold line here that we can kind of smooth out. I kind of hope we don't get stuck, on the whole like, oh, it's a Gargant and a running post thing, because it's so much more generic than wearing a giant boat. It's a lot more sensible, by the way, I will say that much. It's definitely more sensible than wearing a giant boat into battle. But wearing a giant boat is kind of cool though, isn't it? If I was a giant, and I had the option to just run everywhere I go, holding like 2 guys in my left hand, or doing the same, but with a boat strapped to me, I would definitely take the boat, dude. Especially because we're planning on, giving the man a whole crew. He's gonna have a crew of snotlings in the boat. He's gonna have some little friends. Like, basically, you're just upgrading the number of your friends by getting the boat. Because he's gonna have 2 friends in his hand anyway. Well, maybe they don't know that they're friends yet, but they're definitely friends. Whereas, you know, if you get the boat and the snotlings, you're gonna have like maybe 10 more friends, maybe a total of 12 friends. It's a big number of friends. Okay, let's see. Let's actually glue this together. As we've mentioned, we can't really go wrong with this right now. Because it turns out, even if we don't end up using this neck, at least we'll have it. What's the other gluing location? I guess this. Seems kind of weird, but sure. I mean, hey, that's okay. It's very uncertain where that would attach. But it does in fact attach where it says it does. It's almost like they made good assembly instructions or something. Unheard of. Truly unheard of. Yeah, that has like a nice click. It doesn't really hold itself, which is kind of unfortunate for us right now, but... So, right now, we now have the man with a neck. He's got a hole in, like, the top of his back, by the way. Which is not so ideal, obviously. I gotta kind of hold him this way, because if I, you know, tilt him forward enough, I think this falls off. Yep, it does. Turns out it does. It do be falling off a little bit. So, now we move on back to Kraken Eater, actually. The first Kraken Eater thing we gotta do for our Kraken Eater. How complex is your head, my man? Are all the heads just on this sprue? They kind of appear to be, right? Bro, the Kraken Eater with, like, no teeth is, like, nightmare fuel. Look at this shit. Like, old man Kraken Eater. Oh, bro, what is that? What even is that? Look at that shit. Like, he's missing his dentures. Oh, Grandpa Kraken Eater, no. What did they do to you? I mean, does he have any other... No, this is... Wait, is that the majority of his head? No, we do need piece 81 before we kind of see what's what. I was gonna say, maybe we can already dry fit the head just by slicing this off, and we kind of can, but we're not gonna get, like, a complete picture. We can kind of take a look at it, though. Yeah, this does not seem compatible at all at first glance. Although it's not far from compatible. Like, tiniest bit of green stuff would do it. It looks hideous, as we've established, because he has, like, no teeth to speak of. It looks very awkward, to say the fucking least. Let me put the poor man's teeth in, because this is very unbecoming of him. Like, I feel like he should be cooler. He's got a whole tongue and everything that he's missing right now. Is that like part of his head? What's the deal with that? 81. Oh yeah, I found the back of his head. I was about to say it was a vaguely head-shaped object that we located accidentally, and apparently it do be part of his head. Let me see. Does it kind of go together like this? Okay, allow me to dry fit it now. I mean, this is actually really easily fixable with green stuff, this particular thing. So if we want to go with actual Kraken Eater head, which I think we probably would. I think we probably would want to, because it looks kind of cool. It's also got, like, the neat little lumineth thing that used to be. That actually, I think it still actually is an artifact now that I'm saying it. The little glowy bit that he uses as an earring. Yeah, we can easily make this guy like a sprinty boy, but let's build the head completely. So I think we need to find his tongue, and apparently his lower jaw is also built into this. Yeah, because that's number 83. So apparently the entire inside of his mouth is like 2 bits. I mean, hey, whatever works, I suppose. I don't want to know how many bits the inside of my mouth is made up of. Wasn't there when I was being assembled. Well, technically I was. I guess all of them have the teeth separate from the rest of the face, I'm noticing. Where's the gatebreaker? No, the gatebreaker is different. The gatebreaker has like a straight up teeth in the head kind of thing going. But then he lacks the entire rest of his head, so swings and roundabouts when you think about it. Well, this would be the neck for the actual Kraken Eater, I'm now finding. Some cool knickknacks over here for sure. Lots of cool little bits. I mean, I guess we could still use the shark, like, Megalodon jaw piece that the Kraken Eater has. It looks pretty fucking sweet. Maybe we could incorporate that still. We'll figure that out. Before we get lost in the sauce, let me think here. So that's the entirety of my man's, like, face, basically. Well, head, rather. He's got two components to the actual outside of the cranium, and he's got the inside of his jaw, basically. The inside of his mouth, which may be described as a jaw, if you want to be really biological about it, I suppose. I'm gonna be sipological about it for a second. And now we're just cleaning some teeth. It's not really brushing teeth so much as taking a scalpel to it. Which sounds awful, by the way. Don't brush your teeth with a hobby knife. Like, that could be a great horror movie thing, but it also sounds really disgusting. Especially the aftermath. Plus, I think it would make, like, a noise from hell. Like a knife scraping against teeth. Ugh, kind of messed up. Maybe we just came up with the next most terrifying scene for a horror film, but that's not what we were going for, unfortunately, as it turns out. We just want this man to have a mouth, because right now he has no mouth, and he must scream, apparently. He looks so funny without the teeth, though. Like, I can't take it seriously. It's so dumb looking. It's even more funny because I think the Kraken Eater head is one of the best, for sure, out of this kit. Like, when it's actually complete, it looks super, super dope. But without the teeth, it is very, very quaint and kind of non-threatening. It's threatening in a different way. Like, it looks just hideous, but kind of hilarious. We will fix this shortly, though. His teeth are almost done. I'm just scraping away some mold lines here. Fortunately, you don't see a lot of this, but the bit is so small that even if I had a better camera, I don't think it would really show up, unfortunately. So it is what it is. It do be what it do be, as some people say. So far, you know, these Mega-gargants have been made up of such huge pieces. They've not really had this issue up until now. Interestingly enough, big chunky pieces, not too many huge and egregious mold lines. Everything so far has kind of gone together like a dream. I remember telling people, like, yeah, I think so far the Megas have been really, really good to work on. I definitely thought that we would take much, much longer to get the 3 bodies built. Because again, it might be new around here, but we do have 3 of these that we're kind of working on. We are focusing on 1 right now, but there's 2 others that we want to build. And they're all going to feature some conversions, is the current plan. But, hey, that's gonna be happening at a slightly later date. Not much later, but at a slightly later date. Right now, I would really, really enjoy getting our friend Boatman done. Where the inside of this mouth, when you just build it, looks freaky. Let me, like, glue it together and show it to you. I think this will be visible on camera. Like, it's tiny, but I think if we can get it close enough, you'll be able to see. Stare in amazement at, like, just a mouth. The inside of a mouth as a separate plastic piece. Things you never thought you would see. Include, but are not limited to. Look at this freaky shit. Let me see if that, like, shows up. Look at that shit. It's just a fucking mouth. It's so weird. Oh, when you put it into his face, like, it clicks and it actually looks like something normal. But by God, the two little pieces, like, separate from one another, are actual fucking nightmare fuel. They make you question reality. Like this little inside mouthpiece, I think might be in the Silent Hill 2 remake that's supposed to be coming out at some point. I'm pretty sure this thing is going to be featured in the video game. That is a game I'm very curious about. Silent Hill 2, from like a typical lore perspective, is, you know, generally mentioned as one of the greatest video games of all time from a story perspective. But most people agree that the gameplay is like absolutely shite. And it really has aged like milk as well. To the point that a lot of people apparently recommend playing it on like the easiest difficulty, where combat essentially becomes a non-issue completely. But at that stage, I think you might as well just watch like a no commentary YouTube thing of it, if there's basically no chance of fucking up, you know? I love it when my games are easy, but I think from a storytelling perspective, difficulty does have a place. And adversity in general, you know, serves a purpose in life too. Even if we like to pretend everything should be hunky-dory all the time and we should never ever have to try, but even my lazy ass has to be honest and be like, no, like that would be really terrible. We do have to consistently and constantly keep trying to be better and to fight against adversity, basically. You kind of need that in video games as well, apparently, as a consequence. You kind of have to be a little lifelike. But I'm very curious about Silent Hill 2, because I never played it back in the day. I've seen playthroughs of it, I've read about it, and it seems like a good time. They nailed the atmosphere. I've listened to the actual soundtrack, the atmospheric tracks and whatnot, quite a bit actually, when I was trying to get into like a horror inspiration kind of mood. And they're fantastic. Like, the talent that was involved with that game is ridiculous, actually. But I've never really experienced it firsthand. And one of the things that was keeping me from it is that it's kind of just abandonware at this point. Like, I don't even know how the hell you could even play it on PC. I think there's some kind of a screenshot or document that I ran into many years ago online that was like being shared on one of those meme sites. Might have been 9gag actually. Perhaps iFunny. Not sure, to be honest. But you know, there are ways to play the game still, but by God, it's a pretty demanding title nowadays, because it's not really compatible with modern shit, so you gotta download like an emulator. I don't think it ever really got released for PC either. Not as a standalone game, as far as I know. Perhaps as like an added menu extra in one of the other Silent Hill games, but that might be abandonware at this point as well. It's weird. PC gaming, and just gaming in general, is kind of weird about that stuff, man. Like, backwards compatibility is like such a new thing that is really only just happening kind of recently and sporadically. And it's so strange that, you know, these classics that people trounce and talk about might literally become inaccessible to people, like within, well, they do actually become inaccessible to people within their own generation. And you're like, what the fuck, bro? Like, how am I supposed to know how great Silent Hill 2 is if, like, I need to jump through fucking hoops to be able to play it? How the fuck does that work? Alright, let's put this little head together. Again, because the head uses completely, like, standalone parts, I don't feel bad putting this all together. Because if we don't end up using it, like, hey, no harm, no foul. Although, I don't really see how we wouldn't end up using it. Like, the kit comes with 3 heads, so you gotta make the most of them. As it turns out, you kind of have to use a head for a creature that has a head. Very difficult to do it any other way. I'm gonna be very happy when Mouth McG is no longer a separate bit, and instead is now, you know, in his rightful place. That looks so much better. I'm very sorry, Mouth McG, but that's where you live now, and everybody is happy about it. So I hope you will be too in time. Also gonna put the back of his, like, skull on, basically. Which incidentally will mean that we'll enter dry fitting stage in just about a second or so. And this is what I mean. Like, you would think that kit this size and this complexity, potentially, would be significantly more difficult to piece together, but even with the amount of faffing about we're doing, building this head was not particularly difficult. It didn't take, like, long at all. And I did mess about, like, very much so. Yeah, like, fixing this would not require that amount of effort from the looks of it right now. Let me just not drop the head. How about that? The top almost fits completely well, so no cutting required. In fact, I don't think we really need to do any cutting of any kind on this. Perhaps this one side bit, but really remains to be seen. You could just glue this in with super glue, and then like go back in with green stuff. There's one like hole in the bottom part of the neck, but that could easily be fixed. So let's see. I'm gonna dry fit this part here, and I'm gonna turn it towards the camera if I can. I'm also gonna use the camera vision to essentially look at what we're making here. Let me move the super glue. We haven't needed it yet, but we might, as we've established. And kinda, if this can stay in one position despite the weight of the head, because I don't want to glue it unless we have to. But I do want to get like a decent look at the head. Excuse the shaky hands. I mean, hey, that's what that would look like. Now, we can kind of turn it a little bit. Yeah, but the head is gonna fall off. It's just like, you know, not really glued there, obviously. But yeah, this could kind of work. This could kind of work as a concept, for sure. Just unarmed Gargant running about, literally facing where he's going, aka forward. Some people might call that forward. And they wouldn't be explicitly wrong, I suppose. And it wouldn't look too bad. It wouldn't actually look too bad. Now, the downside would be, and this is one of those things where it's up to you to decide whether or not that's a downside, but because there's no actual theme here, like he's got a Kraken Eater head, but basically nothing else, it does beg the question of like, okay, what are you supposed to be? But I think with these kind of models, if you just tell your opponent like, hey, the guy with X in his hand is gonna be like my Kraken Eater, could work. So if nothing else, we have figured out that changing the pose of a Mega-gargant is not actually rocket science, to say the least. Can be done rather easily, and with like minimal green stuff, you can get very good results. That's the thing I want to check though, right now, because we're very much placing the head in a way that it's still looking in one direction. Yeah, so I think we will have to do a little bit of cutting. Yeah, because right now, if we were to do this, it would just be like a variant of the War Stomper pose, which is okay. It's completely okay, but it's not what we want. We pretty much want something a little different, where he's looking more to the front. And again, you have to excuse me. I'm more dry fitting this for myself to figure this out than anything else. Yeah, like this would actually look kind of okay, and because of the kicking pose, I think you could actually make the argument that this makes the "get off me land" thing slightly more believable, which is kind of a weird rule to begin with, if I'm honest with you. I've heard from some Sons of Behemoth players that they've played a lot of games, and some of them literally refuse to actually use the rule because of how clunky it is to move objective markers when you know, models are on top of them and then place back the models. So we'll see if I actually end up falling into the same category of like not using one of my abilities because it's just like kind of frustrating to use. I think we're still a ways off from that though, considering we've barely even built one guy. He's not someone that I'd put on a table, currently at least. And yeah, we're far away from getting a game with these guys right now. I guess we could proxy, but that's kind of lame. We're more in it for the hobby stuff. But yeah, if you glue the head on the right way, quote unquote, then this can look pretty neat. Actually looks fairly cool. Kind of wish I had like blue tack, but I don't know if I have any, like where it's at. Yeah, this could easily work. Do I want to go looking for blue tack right now? I don't think I do, sadly, is the big thing. So now the question becomes, with that in mind, we kind of know how we want to put this together, and we also realize that it's going to require a little bit more green stuffing than we initially thought. I think we're open to that idea, as we've established. No big issue overall. So now we got to decide, do we just like slice the arms so that maybe at a very nearby kind of point in the future, we could perhaps actually kind of do a lot more on this guy, you know, like do the green stuff work potentially. And perhaps we do. Perhaps we do indeed do that. I'm messing around with this boat. You'll have to excuse me for but a moment. For boat a moment. Eventually we're also going to have to like glue this boat together, or figure out the attachment point that we're actually going to use. We do have this little thing, so we're probably going to use brass rod as the original plan that we had, but even with the brass rod, like the hand is in the way from one side, so it stands to reason that we would have to do some stuff with that. What did I break off of it? Oh, the little like guiding oar. No, not the guiding oar. I mean, hey, we can easily glue that back. There's only like 3 little things holding it, so it's not that surprising that it would break off. Allow me to fix that real quick. Even though we're going to be messing around with it a little bit, and there's a chance we will continue to break it off, maybe it'll be fine. I suppose we could pin this part if we really wanted to. I do have like a little pin vise, so we absolutely could like drill into here and mount like 3 pieces of wire in there. Could actually work now that I'm looking at it. Doesn't seem that difficult to do either. Yeah, we might do that at a later date. I think we were just a little too rough with it right there. So, let us look at this real briefly. Yeah, it could be like that, but it's not really ideal. So, neither arm is really in the ideal position, looking at it right now. Which is unfortunate, but not at all surprising, is the thing. Like I said, it's now the temptation to just say, actually I never intended to make a boatman, delete like all the VODs, delete all the footage, all the evidence, and just make a Mega-gargant that's running is definitely there. It'd be so much easier. Like, we absolutely could just do this and be fine with it. But it'd be a little lame. I mean, it would be more than a little lame. It would be very, very lame, actually. It would be kind of sad and shitty. But the actual Krakenator head really lends itself to the pose. The more mobile pose, because he's, like, actually shouting. It's so weird to me that, like, this modification of the pose is not that difficult to do. We didn't really do a ton to achieve this. And it looks different enough. Like, I'll try to grab this body more for myself to see. But it looks different enough from your average Mega-gargant that it no longer seems that boring. You can still embellish it with a bunch of stuff, you know, to actually improve the quality of it. So it's so strange to me that you don't see this basic change done more often. Like, it's such a minor little thing, but it seems cool. In fact, it seems pretty cool. I'm gonna check one thing real quick while this guiding orb like dries a little. Give me but a moment. I will literally be back in 30 seconds. Not even putting on the BRB screen. Just gonna check the height. Yeah, this would absolutely work, and it's such a minor little change. very surprising that you don't see this more often. I'm not really sure what the deal about that is. Although, to be honest, I think I do understand, if we really want to be completely real for a second. The big deal is, and I think I might have mentioned this in one of the previous streams, it definitely seems like Sons of Behemoth are one of those armies where there's basically two sides to the fan base and the player base, respectively. You got a side of the player base that very clearly care about the competitive performance and not much else. And, you know, again, I'm not saying that in a damning way, necessarily. Like, my intention is not to basically be like, oh, imagine caring about how your toy soldiers do on the table, because I think everybody does, and that's okay. It's more so that, you know, you have people that just want to play the army. They care about it mechanically, they just want to get it on the table, and in that case, and from that perspective, the fact that getting the army on the table seems so easy to do. Because again, assembly so far has been kind of a breeze, even with the tiny modifications that we've done, is rather cool when you actually think about it. I'm going to do like a little bit of cleanup on some of the arms, because I noticed that we glued these on, but we never really bothered to kind of get it all together in one piece. He's got like a little gash on his bicep there, which is obviously not supposed to really be there. So we'll clean that right up for him. But yeah, I think a part of the community essentially only cares about competitive performance with these guys, because they were very clearly built with that in mind. And they had a really good run near the end of like the second edition in terms of like tournament results. They were not particularly fun to play, but they definitely could win you games easily. And then obviously in third edition rather, they continued to be really good, especially with the monster focus of some of the first seasons. So as a consequence, I think some of the player base kind of rightfully, you know, just decided like, hey, if all I care about is how these guys do on the table, I'm not gonna bother spicing them up, you know? They look cool enough. I won't care too much if like literally every single one of them has the same legs, because I don't care that much. And I think that's a fair, you know, opinion / standing to have. Because if your priority is basically like, yo, I just want to push these models around on the table, then who gives a fuck how they look, if that's literally all you care about? I think you ideally should care a little bit how they look, but hey man, I'm not living your life, so if you just kind of don't care, then I guess that's okay. As long as you're having fun, it's totally fine. It's kind of weird that there's like a whole gap thing going on in the back here as well. This one arm is very, you know, gap filled, I guess. Filled with gaps, which is an interesting way of phrasing it, because the problem is that the gaps aren't filled. So how is it filled with gaps? Make it make sense. We'll do our best to fix it right up. And then we'll decide what we'll do. Because the thing is, I'm looking here, he obviously has the little net that we could like mess around with. We could strap on a bunch of bits, pretend that we never, you know, intended to give this man a giant boat as armor, and just build the most, well, maybe not the most, but one of the most boring Kraken Eaters of all time, and kind of be done with it. And the one benefit of it would be, looking at the base, is from a transportation perspective, I just knocked over one of my poor man crushers. I think he lived though. I think he passed his saving throw. So this guy doesn't lean over that much off the base if you look at it. He's still gonna take up like a big chunking amount of space. And you know, with the way we built him now, there's not really a way we can change that, unless we want to like break the actual like upper body away from what we've built and maybe magnetize it, but I don't think we would do that at this point. It's something that I guess, you know, you could consider if you really wanted to do it that way. Just like dry fitting it over here now as well. Yeah, like this guy kind of works, man. Kind of works pretty well. There's one thing I'm curious about though. So normally he'd have the Shipwrecker Club, but unfortunately that is like one of those weird ones in terms of how it goes together. a multitude of bits from the looks of it. I was gonna say maybe we'll cut it off and try to see what that would look like on that side, but his more momentum-y thing right now works a lot better with like being unarmed, basically. I mean, he's big enough where he doesn't necessarily need a club. You could make the argument, obviously. That's the problem, man. I like this running pose that we've done. I actually do like it. We could easily just stick with this and basically be like, hey, that's actually been my plan the whole time. But I don't think we're going to. I think we owe it to ourselves to cause more headaches for ourselves by continuing with our dumb and silly theme. Because, hey, sometimes just because something is more difficult to do, it might also be more fun in the grand scheme of things, and that's what we're here for. We mentioned that we want something truly unique, even if it is hideously done. So what if we go for that? What if we make Boatman a reality? And what if we have to sacrifice this running pose? I mean, realistically, we have footage of the running pose. We know exactly how to make it. Like, we know the cuts, we know how we need to do it. It's all literally recorded, it's all available, even for you. In case you're curious how to do something similar, I was talking about the VOD channel earlier, because, you know, Twitch doesn't keep the VODs forever, but you can just watch the 2 VODs that are from early this year, basically, to see the process that we have. So, I mean, hey, that's definitely something. It's not as if the knowledge will be lost at any point, because it's been backed up, thankfully. Which is kind of neat. It's a cool aspect of this whole streaming gig, you know? What's up with that little thing? Oh, that's just like a little piece of plastic that for some reason was attached there. Didn't really break something, I think it was just like some plastic shredding that was a little more stubborn than necessary. Yeah, like we could always build just a running gargant if we really wanted to. But wouldn't it be cooler to do something more? To do something actually more involved? I think it might be more cool if we actually, you know, went to the extra mile and tried to make something really, really awesome. So why don't we do that? Why don't we actually do that? It might mean that we have like a little bit more of a headache, but I think that's okay. Sometimes you gotta bet big to, I mean, indeed, if in the first place, you gotta bet big to win big. I don't know why I struggled so much with that phrase, but sometimes it happens, apparently. Alrighty, I'm gonna get the hobby knife to actually make all this stuff go away now. Oh, there we go. Looking fantastic. Fan-friggin-tastic. And of course, we'll do some gap filling later when everything is said and done, but right now, I do want to smooth it all out so that, if at all possible, the gaps we do have to fill are as tiny and barely noticeable as possible. We're helping future us by doing so, essentially. And I'm sure future us will really appreciate it. So there's something there. There's something there for sure. Yeah, he has a good pose. He has a good pose. And like I said, if we ever just want to do this same exact pose, that's totally something we can do. It's always going to be available. We can always come back to this particular thing if we really so desire. Of course, by slicing the shoulders off, it's going to be harder to do it with this particular model, if not outright impossible, but it is what it is. You can't really, you know, make an omelet without cracking a few eggs, as it turns out. It still remains to be seen, even if we do, in fact, slice the shoulders off, if it'll work better. Because again, like, our idea is kind of dumb, is the big thing. If we're being absolutely real, it's very silly to wear an entire boat. Like, it's a little bit cool. It's definitely a little bit cool, pretty, like, funny and all that, but realistically speaking, it's also a little crazy. For sure, very crazy, if we're actually honest. So, the question is going to remain that once we do reposition, because what I'm kind of thinking about doing is with the right arm, I want it to be hanging out more, so that he's kind of holding out the dudes. like almost out of the ship, and I want to move the left arm just anywhere so that it looks like he's almost like holding on to the boat around him. So both arms are going to be outside of the boat. Just some slight repositioning. It just, you know, it requires a saw to be able to make those repositionings. It's a little bit drastic from the sounds of it, but trust me, it's a routine procedure. Let's fix his bicep while we're at it. Just get rid of that. Might be good enough. Probably the gap filling will be necessary for that, but definitely looks a lot better. I'm committed to the idea of getting this done. So the big thing we gotta consider, if we want to have the arm hanging out, we can always use ourselves as reference a little bit. So if I'm holding my arm out, my shoulder like changes slightly, but not enough to necessitate like moving that, like the muscle. So that's okay, but we would have to rotate the arm outside. So we kind of want to make an incision below the shoulder, but more, we need a little bit more material than what we have to start with. Because you might be like, oh, why didn't we just glue it on like that? Well, you know, it's going to make more sense in a second, but we need the hobby saw. This is how little I trusted myself. I originally put away the hobby saw and all the little like saw blades that I had, because I figured we probably wouldn't get to this point. But here we are. Here we are, and one more time we're gonna celebrate, but more so, I'm gonna show you the gloriousness that is a running gargant pose. And I'm showing this to you and making like a mental note of this because I might make this the timestamp. I'm doing this so that you can make fun of every other gargant player and literally ask them, why don't you do this? Like, literally, look at that. Look at that. It looks so much better than everything that most people do. Like, I'll hold it like this. It's so much more dynamic. It's literally better than 90% of the gargant poses that you see, because most people don't bother reposing these things. This was not difficult. This was not difficult. Bully your local Sons of Behemoth players if you have them, and tell them that it's really not that hard to do this. Link them my VOD channel, like do anything, just get them to change the basic pose of gargants, because it's really not fucking difficult, bro. This was so easy. I'm gonna assume this, like, narrow blade is gonna be the winner for us right here. Alright, I mean, kinda just wanna hook it in there from here. Slice it down to around this part, and then almost kind of go around. It's gonna be involved. Let's get to sewing. Let's have some fun. I'm actually gonna start with the easiest slice here. We'll need this cut like later, so might as well cut it in here now. I might go at it from the back though, because again, his hand is in the way, wouldn't you know it. Keep running into the same problem, that darn hand. I might move the boat off screen for but a moment, if you'll excuse me, just so we have slightly more room to work with. Don't necessarily want to lean on, like, push him onto the desk too hard with his other hand, but just like having him touch the desk is going to make it a little bit more stable and easy for us to do this. Are we through yet? It's definitely a slice there, but oh, I think we might be getting some of that hollow noise. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. You can tell from the sound, actually, when those go through. It's not a bad cut. It's not a bad cut at all. And now we get to connect it with this. This one's gonna be more annoying. So I'm literally going in under, like, the shoulder muscle and continuing our cut. Like, we're doing composite cuts once again. I guess this is the one thing where it might be described as difficult, because instead of just sawing straight through something, you gotta, like, make incisions and then kind of break it off. But it's actually not that difficult to do, especially not with this arm. Like, all I'm doing is I'm basically treating I'll try to get it in frame. Maybe like this it'll show up. But I'm treating like this shoulder muscle. You can kind of see it. I'm treating that as its own bit, and we're slicing off everything below it, pretty much. Because that's how it would work. Like, that's like the biological makeup of this thing. Your shoulder and your arms are different little pieces. It just makes sense. We're not doing rocket science over here. It just makes sense. His armpit is just going to be like a straight cut that will hopefully connect, and if not, we'll do like a little bit of a breakage and then clean it up after. It's okay. We already got the saw out, so, you know, things are going to get messy regardless. The question is how messy at this stage. This is still not yet hollow. Oh, well, we kind of just like broke the arm off there. Because apparently the glue is something to behold. That might not be so bad, though. Yeah, that might not be so bad. A little bit strange, to be sure. So, let me like, feel myself up ever so briefly here. I guess on the back. Yeah, because at the front you got like that little thing, and then you got this thing. I'm trying to see where we would like make that cut. Over yonder. I mean, I suppose what we would do at that stage. So I'd still make this cut like that. We can move the arm a little bit to the side here. So still continue this. I just add an angle to this. Tiniest little change. So this is actually like fully through. That's really nice. So I'm just continuing the cut that I made previously, but I'm doing this because we're not gonna leave the whole upper arm there because that's not how it would go. It's a really nice continuation of the cut, actually. Very, very clean. Kind of funny that the arm came off while we were in the middle of this, but hey. Might make it easier. We were complaining about that hand earlier. Now it's not in the way anymore, I guess. We get this through, which I think we just did. Close to through. Then we're gonna have some fun with the actual armpit here. Yeah, because if we go in like that, this is the weird one because this is like a straight cut. Are we through yet? Kind of almost through on this side. I think we'll know when we're there though, because it'll basically break off. We're also breaking off the other arm from my feelings right now. From what I'm feeling. Oh yes, yes we are. The contact points are not too crazy there. I'm gonna do the rest with a hobby knife. So I think we can go in and like just gouge it. There goes the other arm, by the way. Don't worry, he's mostly armless. Get it? Get it? Get it? I'm very funny. What can I say? Oh, I think I caught it. I did. I did. It is in two pieces, is the one downside to all of this. So we need to be real right here and notice that this is like that. So before we go any further, I will immediately glue this on. Because if we mess this up and we have to rebuild it with green stuff, it's not that much more difficult, but I would prefer not having to do it. And all it takes is literally just get a little bit of glue right now and fix not even the mess that we made, but just like reattach a piece that got lost in translation. Come on, glue, work with me. Or do I gotta burn you? I think we might have to get the burnie out. It's time to burn it. Yeah, it was time to burn it. Any smoke detectors in the chat? I don't know if that would actually set off the smoke detector, to be honest. I don't think it's that much smoke. It's a tiny, tiny amount. It's very toxic, by the way, just as a heads up. So maybe don't do that. Like, do as I say, not as I do on that one. But I'm impatient, and yeah, it's easy to do that. Okay, okay. So, what's that other piece, my man? Can you give me that other little sliver of your arm? Be a good guy. You can, you see, sometimes you just gotta ask nicely. It's such a tiny, tiny cut that we have to make. Seems almost silly, but it is what it is. Alright, let's fix this back up. I guess the thing I'm worried about is working with this is going to be a handful if it breaks so easily. But I think we'll be able to do it nonetheless. We'll just have to be careful. Okay. So we'll move that to rest ever so slightly. We'll just look at what we have in mind. Yes, instead of the actual like natural position that he has, we're looking to change it a little bit, so that it can hang out of the boat. We also have to think about how the boat is going to be there. This is going to be so difficult to do, man. Because we can't attach to the boat, because if we do, then we're kind of locked in more than we need, and we make the whole thing impossible to do anything with. But without attaching the boat, we kind of have to simulate where it's at. It's rough. It's rough. It's a good thing we left the shoulders alone, because also we were planning on doing, you know, like a rope thing around the shoulders, pretty much holding this thing in place. But yeah, it's gonna be a handful, to be sure. I kind of want him to like really hold these guys out from the boat, almost like he's happy that he's caught him. Don't have enough hands. Does anybody have additional hands that I could rent or perhaps buy? I'll pay a handsome fee for more hands at this moment. Try to move out, because I don't think you guys are seeing a lot from this as I'm trying to hold this in any way, shape, or form. So you'll have to excuse me for that one. I'm trying to figure some stuff out here, man. I like how I said I would let it rest, and then immediately I'm going back in and screwing around with it, by the way. We could do that, but then I think the back side of the boat is like way too far out. These places would make the most sense for the arms, because there's actually like a missing section from the boat itself, but it doesn't look very, very nice like that when everything is set up. No, not at all. Not at all, actually. So I think we're gonna have to slice away from the boat, like get some more stuff out from it, essentially. Question becomes, do we just glue the boat together and then figure out how it's actually gonna be set up later? Is that something? Let's look at something real quick. So this is gonna be kind of funny. I'm gonna put this guy down here. I think he's still in frame over here. Yeah, he should be. He should be. My headset cord is gonna get in the way, so we're gonna move some stuff. He's definitely gonna be in frame on this thing, because you know that is fully in frame. But yeah, like I'm looking to see if we do in fact glue the boat together, if we could still thread the needle and get him in there at any point. So this is the boat. Yes, we could. We absolutely could. So we should waste no more time and actually assemble the full boat, so that we can basically start working with that. And then the arm is going to be a little bit easier to do. And we kind of found some places where this connects, from the looks of it. I mean, it's just like that, pretty much. These contact points are not exactly going crazy, to say the least. So we might immediately have to reinforce them with like sprue bits or something, but it could work. It could work to make it whole, if you will. I guess it matters how much we want this to line up. Kind of like that. Kind of like that. Let's get the super glue, and let's just start going crazy with it. Like I said, we'll probably need some more sprue bits to really reinforce this. So I have like 3 locations now. Is that going to be enough? Why doesn't this line up the way it did a second ago? Oh, it lines up. Oh, it lines up very nicely, actually. And now there's more locations we can kind of glue together. Hopefully, in doing all of this, we're not making this a tighter fit, and therefore it won't be impossible to put it back onto the giant, but I don't see why it would be, to be honest. I mean, this is now kind of solidly together. I think we accidentally found how it would actually be together if it was just a giant boat, interestingly enough, because it all kind of lines up pretty nicely. Gravity did a lot of the hard work there for us. I'm going to keep adding superglue in a lot of these joints, which is going to make this hard to handle because superglue really likes to glue your fingers, obviously. But right now, I think we can, put it down a little, and then hopefully later on we'll have a much easier time because it's going to be just one whole piece. So that's the boat. It's actually, I'm not holding the other side, and it's not falling apart. So we're making progress, definite actual progress. And unless we fucked up greatly, we can still thread the needle on that and put the boat around the man, which is rather nice. And it actually looks pretty nice. I am currently bending the guiding oar, by the way. Nearly broke it off again. Perhaps we should have glued that with super glue, because that's a little bit more durable, like with such a short amount of time that we're waiting. So now we get to look at this, however briefly. Because we still want to have these arms on the man. Turns out, it's not just enough for him to wear the boat. I want him to hold it with like one hand and hold the other arm out a little bit, just to make it a little bit more interesting. So we're going to think about it, how we're going to go about doing that. I just glued the boat to myself. Don't worry about that. That's just super glue doing its job. As we mentioned, it really, really, really likes my fingers. And I mean, not just mine. I'm not special in that regard. That's everybody's fingers. Super glue is not particularly picky, as luck would have it. Honestly, as oversized as this boat is, and excuse me for just my throat acting up there, but this looks cool. I like it. I like it so far. Yes, I want this hand. So this is the problem we're running into, though. If I want him to hold it up, then we do need to get the shoulder as well repositioned, which unfortunately might be a thing. So we'll consider that. If we remove parts of the boat here, these little bits, to make a room for the arm, because the alternate option is to do it like this, but then the back of the boat is like too massive. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. So the thing I'm scared of right now is if I go in and start clipping like a maniac, am I going to break the stuff that I just put together? It seems to be pretty solidly together, so maybe not. Pretty much I would want to slice... There's like 3 snips I gotta make here. Please don't break. Can you do that for me? You haven't broken yet. Okay. It's becoming increasingly less likely that it'll break. And it's off. Yep, it's on the floor. I don't care. We might need that bit later to spruce it up a bit, but right now, we're just happy that it's gone. It's out of our life. It's a toxic presence that we no longer have to deal with. Okay, so it would be like this. Yeah, that actually looks kind of neat. It begs the question, to be honest with you, how the fuck he picked the people up in the first place. I'm not qualified to answer that. I'm not at all qualified to answer that. So, yeah, we don't know. We don't really know how it happened, but it happened nonetheless. It's the Star Wars excuse. Somehow he picked up 2 people. with his hand while also being in a boat. And if we do the same slash similar, although that's going to be more difficult because I think that is an attachment point. Don't fall, my man. You got important things to do while standing here. Yes, that's going to be rough in the jungle business because that is at least one of our attachment points. So we might have to wait with that one. We might indeed have to wait with that one. But I do like how this looks right now. And I know I've said that plenty of times, but I do mean it. And I think it looks fun. Do I have a piece handy here? Put it away. Where did I put it away to? Excuse me, Mo. I will fetch the actual mast. I didn't put these back in here. Where did I put this then? Confusing. Very confusing. Did I put you here? Oh, of course I did. Of course. Alright. So now we can enjoy certain aspects of being able to dry fit this monstrosity now. Much easier. I'm probably gonna put the mask like on his back somehow. It's going to be featured on the model because I think it would look hilarious. We'll have to adjust the bell because right now it's not level and that makes no sense. Like, it's defying the laws of physics. But yeah, it's Boatman. He's definitely boat and he's definitely a man. And like I said, the thing that we're planning on doing is something like that with brass rod. Question at that point becomes, is it possible to do this with nothing but gravity? But if the answer is yes, I don't think we want to do that because it would jiggle and wiggle all the time. And maybe that's not the best. Pretty sure we did it on this shoulder. Yeah, I know I used this shoulder when I was cutting this out. That's kind of what I had in mind here. Man, if I mounted this guy to the base, I think some of this would be so much easier, but then some other aspects of the build would be significantly harder, so I guess, you know, it's something for something. Right now we're really struggling to figure this out, though. And if I glued this... If I actually glued this down... And we could, like, have his leg also hold it. It's like, this actually looks kind of good, right? I'm not saying glue it to the gargant, by the way. I'm saying, like, glue this particular piece, the brass rod, to this thing. The difficulty of that would be then, I don't know how we do the texturing of it. Because I want this to be like a rope texture, ideally. But part of me is really tempted to just, like, glue it on. So there's a lot to think about here, because if we do the rope texture, we could add some stuff in between the shoulder and the rope itself, and we could do that in such a way that it's attached to the rope, and then we could hide a magnet in there. And essentially we could transport the boat separately, although we're not going to be able to do that, now that I'm thinking about it, unless we actually magnetize the arms. So if we magnetize the arms, and we put magnets in the shoulder, which might be mutually exclusive because of the proximity, and very difficult to do as well, in at least one of the cases, then there's an option basically where, you know, the arms are removable, then this thing, like, goes on and clicks into place, and then you put the arms back for transport. It would be pretty cool to have that. It'd certainly be pretty cool to just do that. I mean, hey, he's gonna look, like, real nice. Real big, kind of oversized in a dumb way, but I think we knew that going in. We didn't really have much doubt about that, I'm fairly certain. At least I hope no one did. Like, I knew that doing this would be incredibly stupid, but kind of cool, though. So I guess the one difficulty that I want to look at, and it's very hard to figure out how that would look right now for a multitude of reasons. I'll take him off of the base, I think, just for a moment. So excuse me, I'm trying to see whether or not this particular brass rod that we cut out is actually, like, good enough. It feels really good. I think we nailed the bending. the first time around, but I want to see what it's going to look like from the front in like a resting position. Come on now. Get a little stuck in there, buddy. That's what we had in mind for you. Yeah, that would actually look like pretty sweet. That would actually look pretty sweet. And it's just about what we had in mind. Like, the head is going to be visible. Most of the body's going to be hidden by the front, but that's okay. I think this is going to be more of a side profile kind of guy, to be honest. It shows the pose off significantly more. So this particular restaurant is real good, real kind to us. It's what we want. Now that this has been sliced off, there's reason to believe that if we slice off even more, including this little fish thing, which we already mostly got rid of, we might be better off sawing that once this is altogether more secure. That's something to consider. Then we could have the arm just like chilling, holding out his prey essentially from the boat. Now, of course, there's a question here, and something to consider right now, which is, would we want to switch this for the net that he has? My problem with the net is that it's really, really difficult to paint, for one thing. And the other thing is, I don't know how much it makes sense, other than it's a nautical thing. Like, my issue with it is really simply just, we put it on, it like hangs over the side, cool, but like, what does it do? Does it add to the silhouette in any way? Other than making sure that people are like, oh, that's a Kraken Eater. But, bro, he's a giant fucking boat, right? Like, if you don't know immediately that it's a Kraken Eater, then I think you might have bigger problems. Because I'm not sure you know how numbers work. I'm not sure you understand very basic concepts, and that's okay, and I mostly am worried about how difficult your life is going to be, and I want to help you. But I don't think just putting a net on there is necessarily going to improve your quality of life. In fact, I don't think it will at all. Could you maybe hold on for a second here? No, you couldn't. Such a shame. Such a shame that he refuses. A part of me kind of just wants to fucking glue this thing together and be like, yo, we'll figure out how the hell we transport it anyway. But I think it's the worst possible idea. There's so much more we gotta do in terms of actually like gluing and sawing and doing all this shit. We definitely need to like cut this piece off though. Would it be possible to do this with the saw? I think it would be, but we need to move a lot of dudes and like away and around and make a little bit of room is basically what I'm trying to say. Let's see. I think if we go in like this, it will probably work. I wanted to get rid of this piece anyway because it has like a bunch of fish on it, which doesn't really make sense, you know? It's just like, why are the fish there? He's walking on land, he's a Mega-gargant, why are the fish like floating, built into the side of this thing? It makes sense when you use the terrain, as like you use this miniature for its intended use, which is a terrain feature. That's completely kind of illusionary in the first place, but it really didn't make sense anymore on this guy, so I don't really mind having to slice it off. I've already cut off a lot of the fish heads and a lot of the tails to begin with. I feel like if we go like this, we might work faster. The beauty of like a messed up ship as well is that if we really do any kind of almost irreparable damage, so to speak, it's very easy to actually repair it because we can just add like moss and barnacles and all sorts of other nautical goodness to essentially mask the issue. Allow me to change position once again so that we can actually cut into this properly. And by cut, I mean saw into it, really. Come on, buddy. You can do it. I just broke off the guiding oar once again, by the way. That's the second time. That's the second time that has happened. Please just break off. Thank you. I just don't want you to be there anymore. I'm so upset that we broke off the guiding oar again. God damn it. God damn it. It was good ore. It was good ore. It was glued on properly the second time, I promise. It's just in a finicky position. Like, I'm holding the boat by his butt a lot. Oh, that's so much better. That actually allows us to do what we wanted in the first place. Yeah. That actually is what we were gunning for to begin with. He's holding them out. He's just, like, showing them. Now, again, if we were to glue this on, the arm, we would screw ourselves over so much. Because, like, yeah, I guess we still could put him in there, but it would be significantly more difficult. I don't know how the hell that would go, but, yeah, we'll consider it. So go like that. Something like that. Would we want to add... Would we actually want to add... I mean, do we need to get rid of this thing here as well? I think we do. Slicing so many things off in the middle, but it's for a good cause, I promise. I mean, we'll have to do the other side as well at a certain point. It would just make sense that these would be damaged so that his hands at least like have a little bit of mobility. Similar to the bottom of it, like he has enough room to move his legs thanks to the cutting that we did. It's almost like we considered that or something. So I think that's kind of what we were after. And then he would hold it out to the side. Looks a little unnatural, but I guess depending on how we do with the other arm, it could be okay. Kind of just trying to memorize it in my head, what it looks like, and I'll grab the other arm for a second. Kind of want to hook like his thumb in there a little to do something with that. We'll see about that. Okay, so let's consider our options. Boat exists. The boat definitely exists. We can also look at it compared to a base, and this is actually twice the size of this base, around 26 centimeters then in length, which is insane, by the way, that we're still putting this on then. It's actually like really, really silly, to put it mildly. Yeah, I guess like this arm would be very similar to its natural pose. We might not do a lot of cutting for that. I mean, hey, so far we've been able to kind of do exactly what we planned to do for the pose. We wanted a more, you know, mobile kind of a pose with a lot more momentum behind it, sprinting, wearing a bow. He definitely has a more running pose, and the boat itself is now built, although it's missing certain pieces still, of course, like the little Sigmar thing at the front. That's something I wanted to talk about as well. So there was a part of me, and I'll get some more bits here, excuse me if my voice turns weird. I did turn away from the camera. But there was a part of me that was very, very much considering adding the Cannon of the Sky Titans to this thing, but I am not going to. And there's a pretty simple reason for that, actually. Now, the way this would work, if at all, would be to drill out the front of this here boat and to mount this out the front. With, there's one issue with that, pretty much. So, if you notice, this cannon, like most cannons, would be front-loaded. So it'd have to pull back so that it would work. Now, if we again go back to what we've been talking about here, and also the recoil is a thing, let's not forget about that, but for the moment, imagine I put this in here. Obviously it would go more forward, but this is as far back as we would go, and it still would not be able to be front-loaded. So, and also it would like literally be punching him in the stomach every time it fires. It makes no sense. It genuinely just makes no sense to do that. Now, if we could mount it in his like hand, in the other one, then maybe, but it's so massive that I don't think that's gonna be a thing. Like, I'm trying to imagine how that would go. The only thing of that, like, girth, of that thickness, is this, like, tankard that I have, but it's filled with water right now. But I guess, you know, like, I'll try it on my own time to see how I would hold it, to see if maybe it's enough just to reposition the thumb. But it'd be, like, a very loose grip. And again, normally what we're planning, like, our original plan for this particular model was more so that instead of holding a cannon or whatever, he's just, like, chilling with the boat. I guess it would be cool to have the cannon on there, and instead of a club, he'd have a cannon. It would also be, like, pretty, you know, into his lore, if we really wanted to go that way, but it's very, very big is the one problem, and his, like, fingers don't really, you know, grip around it too well. So I'm not sure if that's necessarily a possibility, especially with how his, like, arm is going to maybe hang out of the boat eventually. Also, the cannonballs would just fall from this, by the way. He's holding it so down. Not sure that that is the way we want to take it, is the big thing there. I'm uncertain, to say the least. But we are thinking about it. We're very much thinking about stuff here. A lot of kid bashing goes like this. You spend a long time just sitting, looking at things, trying to figure out how the fuck it's gonna go together. And right now I'm definitely thinking about this particular arm. There's a part of me that's very tempted, even with the damage we've done to the boat, to just, you know, glue the sawed back bits on, because we basically just, like, glued them back on the way they were. It's been no repositioning. Fix those little problems that we made for ourselves and say, no, he's just a sprinting gargant, I swear. But I think that's coward talk. That's a coward's way out. I'm gonna look at one thing if I can with the dry fitting, and I'm curious how this will look. If we put the boat on kind of the way it's gonna look, I don't think we can mount his neck where it's going to go. I guess we can. If I hold him like this, we kind of can. And then I can put his head on. He's gonna look so silly, I love it. Fucking boatman, dude. Oh no, his neck just flew off. The one downside with the furs is definitely that we'll probably have to get rid of it just so that we have access to, like, a more clean contact point for this guy. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna look, like, fucking fantastic, actually. It's gonna look great. Trying to see, like, it would be closer to this kind of position. Maybe that's, like, a little too down. Yeah, I think this is it. Yup. It just looks cool, man. It just looks pretty cool. Question remains, what do we do next? What do we actually do next? Are we locked in with the head, I guess is the question. Not really. There's a little bit on the head that we still need to do. There's some attachment point stuff that we didn't really fix yet, so let me jump in on that. And then maybe we will be locked in on the head, I'm not sure. Again, the problem that I'm going to be facing is more so that the fur is going to be in the way, but it might be easier to deal with that once it is actually fully on there. I'm curious about one thing. So this looks like the Kraken Eater's back of the head, by all means. I don't imagine that would be... No, it definitely isn't compatible with this. Because it has a bit on there that is just in the way already. Which kind of makes sense, again. Like, there is a part of me that's thinking, like, what if we were to just build the Kraken Eater's neck instead? Just to see what that would be like. Keep knocking my stuff over, but that's just the nature of the beast at this point, I think. My whole desk is a battleground after all the stuff that we've done. So I'm gonna slice these out. I'm fairly certain that I'm getting the right parts. I don't need to reference these. It makes sense in my head that these would be it. There's a very easy way we can check, by the way. Yes, it is it, because just the dry fitting itself, yep, it goes together insanely well. Clicks into place. This, excuse me, this has to be the back. It's the only thing that makes sense. And I think I am correct about that. It does appear to be the case. So if I slice this giant gate off here, it's a massive, massive gate, dude. It's very much in the way. But that is something that we can easily fix, thankfully. Is there anything else? I guess maybe this piece will mess up the overall dry fit potential. Done. Can also get this. Okay, let's take a look at it briefly. It goes together very nicely now, and then we can dry fit it. The reason we didn't want to use this originally is quite simple. He's looking in the wrong direction, pretty much. It's just the reason. He ain't looking in the right direction. Yeah, because he wouldn't look that way. But we could just use this particular neck anyway. Slice off like the side of it, and then glue it on anyway. We might just do that. We might just do that, to be honest, because it has a lot less bullcrap on it, you know? We could just do that and then like lock this into place, pretty much, and then the head would be something that we can think about for sure. So let's do that. Let's do that. That's next on the agenda. We're gonna clean up this neck, and like I said, the fact that we built this particular neck piece, it's not an issue, because we can use it later. We could literally just put it into one of these guys already, but we're not going to just yet because there's no need. There's a lot of other steps that those guys will need before we're really fully committed. Man, it is a total mess over here, dude. Total absolute mess. So much bullcrap just everywhere. Bullcrap everywhere is the name of the game right now. But it is what it is. We gotta fix it. In order to fix it, in order to reduce the mess, we have to make more progress. It's simple. It is very simple. We'll probably do some kind of green stuff detail on Boatman's like face. Because as good of a face as this is, maybe we could do something with it. Something more, I mean. I still need to smooth out that one little bit between the two halves of the cranium on Boatman's glorious head. But right now, the reason I'm not doing that is because we'll essentially bash together the neck pieces that are currently separated. And once we've done that, we'll actually let it rest a little, and we'll fix the head in the meantime. So if nothing else, the end result of tonight is going to be the body built, with the neck on there, the boat kind of assembled together, for better or worse, and perhaps some other stuff, because we still got a little bit of time, thankfully. We'll see if we can't do some more stuff. Man, there's some massive fucking gates on this, huh? I'm not kidding. They're kind of hidden, like, relatively well at least, so they have that going for them. Alrighty, I do need a nail file as well. And now we're just like trying to clean it up a little. Nothing too fancy schmancy, just make sure that it fits. And we can actually like test. Oh, that is so smooth now. Yeah, there were apparently some gates in the way previously, which made me believe that maybe this wouldn't go on smoothly, but I was 100% wrong, it seems. And the issue was just that they were located in places where I couldn't see them at first, but they were in the way of attaching the actual neck piece to the body. We can check the back side as well, I think. We can dry fit this. That seems pretty smooth as well. So these will go on really nicely. Now, we'll have to, work them into one piece, and also slice away at a piece of the neck, so that we can change the way the head is looking. And then probably mount it with super glue, and then we'll have to eventually, it goes on the list of stuff that needs to be green stuffed. List of things that need to be green stuffed includes, but is not limited to, the neck. The feet and below the knee, the left knee, is currently what we're basically working with. Like, those are old bits that we've mucked around with, and we'll have to clean up as a consequence. But we mucked around with them for a good cause. And the cause is to, make the conversion of our dreams. Or nightmares. I think in terms of difficulty, it might be more nightmarish. But hey, that's the price we pay. In times like these, you gotta remember that, again, all the annoying steps, you gotta do only once. That's the copium I will continue to huff until the day I die. So even if, parts of this model have now been made significantly more challenging to complete, absolutely, by the way, we know for a fact that we've made this a lot more difficult on ourselves than it had any right to be to begin with. But the positive side of that is the fact that we're going to have a very unique model as an end result, and we still only have to do these things once. Like, this conversion only needs to be done once, all the bits of it. The other conversions will also have their own challenges, but they will also only need to be done once. So anything frustrating, annoying we run into, it's just one of those things, man, where, hey, you engage with it, you get it done, and hopefully it's just done forever. And I don't think we will personally build another boatman, because it would kind of take away from the charm, Like, having an armada of boatmen sounds like funny, but it just wouldn't look as cool if it was just literally all of them. Plus, we have just one boat, right? Like, it would look weird that they all have the exact same wreck of a boat that they somehow found. I guess it was a clearance sale or something, right? Doesn't really make a lot of sense. So I don't think we'll be doing that. He's going to be unique in this crazy, kooky world. Him and his boat. A boy and his boat. And the other ones will have their own little gimmicks. And it'll be glorious. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fantastic. Alrighty. Let us see. A little bit more smoothing out. The parts do go together pretty well, in my opinion. And now we're just gonna try to get rid of any trace of the fact that his poor little head was made up of two pieces on the outside. Ideally, that's not something that's gonna be visible, once we actually get to the painting phase. Not sponsored, not the YouTube channel, although I've heard good things. I mean, it's where Peachy went, right? After leaving GW. Saw a really interesting thing recently. Apparently they're discussing a new trend with the Warhammer TV, which are just now called Warhammer, actually. They rebranded the channel to just be Warhammer instead of Warhammer TV. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but I don't think there was anything wrong with Warhammer TV either, to be honest with you. But either way, so apparently the new painting presenters, I've not been, viewing the free tutorials recently at all, probably for, a year or two now, unfortunately. But apparently the new painting presenters are not really featured as people anymore. Like, they're just hands. You just see their hands, you just hear them talk, and they show you what you need to do. And it's an infinitely worse format. I definitely agree with the sentiment. And I unfortunately think that instead of, an anti-bullying measure, I don't know who was bullying these content creators, to be honest. I don't know of any such thing happening, but then I am also not an authority on these painting tutorials, because I wasn't watching them in the first place, right? But the comments are already disabled, so I don't know where they were getting bullied. Did people, really track down their Twitter and tell them that they're holding the brush wrong or something? I don't know, it seems unlikely. There's some crazy people on the internet that would do that, but I can't imagine it was, a big systematic problem. Either way, my personal feelings on the matter is that GW is doing this to avoid a Duncan/Peachy situation, where they build up two people almost as a part of the painting mythos, and then those people just leave the company. and start their own ventures in the case of Duncan, or basically go and make the Painting Phase YouTube channel like a very, very important channel all of a sudden because they have an ex-GW member like presenting and showing like insane skill at building armies fast. Well, not just building, but painting armies fast more so. I think it's just a security measure, basically. They just don't want to essentially train their own competition anymore, which is kind of dumb because you're doing it anyway. Like, the reason it's dumb is because anybody that you hire is going to be doing this as a job. Maybe not as a 9-to-5, but close to a 9-to-5, right? So they're gonna get a lot more like work done in the same amount of time that other people have like available, but you know, these people are going crazy. They're just painting essentially, or doing things related to painting. They also have a unique opportunity to engage with the heavy metal studio because they're in the same building. So you can literally ask for tips, tricks, and whatnot from the big guns of the industry. And even if you don't agree with their painting style for a lot of the box illustrations, which a lot of people don't, and I think that's okay, we can all have our opinions. I'm not necessarily like an heavy metal lover in that sense, but I can't deny that what they do is pretty impressive. You can kind of learn some stuff about those techniques, and that is something that is not available for other people. Like Darren Latham has the YouTube channel that he does, where you can still like watch his videos, and I think he's active on like some other social media, but it's just, you know, one dude showing the little like trips, the little tricks that he's picked up over the years. And he's a very, very impressive painter, obviously. Like, make no mistake, he's incredible. The man is a legend for a reason. But it doesn't change the fact that your painting presenters have a day-to-day opportunity to talk with these people and to learn from them. So obviously they're going to improve. And obviously, even if they didn't give their face so much to the program, basically, they can just, you know, put it on their website. If they want to do like a painting tutorial style website, they can literally just put it on the website, like, hey, I'm XGW. And how on earth are you going to stop them from doing that? That's just previous work experience. I don't think you can outlaw mentioning that, because then like these people would never go work for you, because that just means that they can't ever mention that they used to work for you. I don't think you can do that style of an NDA, bro. I think it's impossible to do that. So whether you want to or not, these people, if they so desire, can always start their own career after being kickstarted to somewhere around the top by these videos, even if you don't necessarily let them show their face, because their skills will speak for themselves, and the voice is potentially even more important. People identify other people off of the voice online anyway, to the point that a lot of folks take like a lot of security measures to avoid that from happening. You know, the people that want to be more private, obviously. So I don't know. I don't think these kind of, I don't know, like measures, I guess, are gonna have the intended effect. It's just like a weird restrictive thing to do, and it makes the video slightly more awkward and less memorable, frankly. Like, we're humans. We care about faces. We care about each other. Our brain evolved to distinguish faces more than anything, so that you can notice, you know, other humans in the wild, and also immediately at a glance tell like what's their deal, what are they about to do? Are they friendly? Are they like suspicious? Are they about to attack you? Are they attacking somebody else? Are they evil? Like, whatever. It's our whole fucking shtick. So taking away somebody's face in that sense and not letting them express anything, just using their voice, it makes it a little bit more difficult, you know? I mean, radio exists, obviously, and people still get attached to the presenters, so it's not impossible. This is what I mean, like, that's why it's such a folly. Like, you're basically just adding an extra step to the attachment process for people, and people will still have that attachment. They will still have a favoritism. They will still have presenters that they don't like. And that's a normal human thing to do. Like, of course there's gonna be someone that you like and someone that you don't like. Even when it was just Peachy and Duncan, like, there were people that had their preference about that. And again, that's fucking reasonable, bro. Like, of course you're gonna have your preference. Like, you can have your preference in everything, so what's wrong with being like, hey, I really prefer, like, Duncan's style of the painting tutorial. I don't think anybody, you know, was flamed for having that opinion back when it was just the two of them doing that. His neck is jumping. You'll have to excuse me. His neck is absolutely jumping. So I just carved like a little piece off of his neck to give you the play-by-play. And I gotta carve out another Pretty large segment from there, from the looks of it. You know what? You can fall. It's fine. I don't care. Does this straighten your head now? Gives us the potential to straighten your head. I mean, we're gonna have to build like a proper neck for him, but this might be a possibility now. Yeah, it actually is. On the one side, it's very clean, and on the other side, it's a little rough around the edges. But let me just drop his head. Why don't I? Thankfully, nothing broke. I don't think. So that's good. Oh man, I keep knocking everything around. It's all falling apart. Alright, let's fix his neck now if we get a chance to. First off, the big snips that we did, we gotta get rid of those. But yeah, to be honest, I think the Warhammer tutorials past a certain point become like completely pointless and very early on. And I appreciate that they did the first party tutorials, to be honest, because I think it shows some amount of commitment and care about the player base and the community, that you want them to have access to some first party stuff. But I think everybody is aware and realizes that it's never going to be the best quality stuff, despite the fact that it's first party. And I mean, even Citadel Masterclass is one of those examples where it's good, but there are other better alternatives out there. Some available for free, some available, you know, after you get through a paywall, and that is completely fine. Like, content is up. Basically, the content creator can decide how they want to monetize their content. And I think the free market will then decide whether or not that's a viable strategy, essentially. So you could make, I'm pretty sure on Patreon you could do something where, like, hey, you gotta pay $1,000 before you're allowed to watch one of my essentially YouTube short style videos. And it probably wouldn't do particularly well, if we're being completely honest. But again, that doesn't mean it's a bad idea. That just means, like, hey, maybe the content isn't good enough. It goes both ways. You know, it's a bad idea, but if the content was really good, then someone would pay for it. So that's kind of what I mean. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter how you monetize, because it'll sort itself out, pretty much. And if you're open to changing the monetization, then it kind of doesn't matter. You're not, like, full committed at any point either way. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is, like, the Warcom stuff has always been kind of a stopgap, you know? It exists in this weird limbo where it's like, it's useful, but not that useful. And you very quickly, like, move on from it, basically. And also, most recently, I think well, not most recently, but you know, a couple years back, they stopped really showcasing good and reliable techniques, and started essentially kind of wasting paint on screen, which makes sense, unfortunately, because if you produce the paint and you sell the paint, then obviously you have a reason to make the producer, well, not the producer, but in this case the consumer, waste more of the resource, because it means you make even more money because they'll buy more of it. And it's not a particularly nice thing to do, but I understand that they would do it. It's just particularly egregious when they use contrast paints exclusively as shades, rather than as the thing that they advertise them as. And that's kind of the thing where I'm like, I understand, you know, you can legally do this, and obviously anybody with any kind of social media account can just ask on Reddit, on fucking anywhere, of like, yo, I've been watching the YouTube Warhammer, like, tutorials, and they keep using contrast paints just as shades. Is this, like, how you're actually supposed to use them? And people will tell you, fuck no, don't do that. And they'd be 100% right. So it's not difficult to get the truthful information, which is, again, why I think it's a little bit fucking dumb in the first place that they keep doing this. Because if the information is available, and we know that it is, like, that's the whole argument here, it is, like, freely available, it's not even difficult to get, then what purpose does it serve trying to obfuscate it, you know? It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make any amount of sense to do that. Like, it's such a weird, definitely investor board driven decision. It just really doesn't add up to me. Like, I'm not saying be the good guy and make, like, amazing quality tutorials completely free of charge and I don't know, send a puppy with every Citadel order that is more expensive than 20 euros. But like, I don't know, doing this thing, is it really going to get you any kind of positive, tangible result? Because I don't think it will. I guess I just doubt that it will. But perhaps I'm 100% wrong, and maybe, you know, the fact that they keep using, or at least they kept using contrast paints wrong in all of their videos has maybe like quadrupled their fucking income, and I just don't even know. Perhaps that's true. I haven't done my research, but I very much doubt it. I very much doubt that. So here's an idea. I think we're gonna glue the shoulder in, shoulder/neck completely, because I don't really see a reason to modify that at the current moment. I don't think there's any reason why we would be messing around with that currently. I think it's completely fine to just lock that in. Essentially, we've made our choice and are now will completely keep that the way it is. And essentially, after that, we can also glue on the head itself. Because again, if we do any modification to the head, I think we'll be best served when it's actually fully attached in the first place. So once we do the green stuffing, the only thing I would consider is maybe mucking around with the little, like, earring that he has, but I'm not sure that we want to. It'll depend on the final pose. If it doesn't make sense, like, from a gravity perspective, we'll have to cut it off and move it, obviously. Or just cut it off and find something else if we don't think it fits the aesthetic that we're looking for, but we'll figure that out in a second. Apparently, I gotta burn this thing out. My glue was really well behaved all of tonight, except literally just now, so I don't really know what's the deal with that, but I'm more than ready to burn it out every single time. It's never an empty threat with me. But yeah, so we'll mount this thing on there, and then we'll get the super glue, get the head in place. We might also add some screw parts to build like a neck, because right now it's fully hollow, which in terms of using green stuff, like the amount that we will have to use, increases rapidly because we have to stuff a hole. It could fall down, it could do a number of things we don't want it to do. It makes a lot more sense to essentially use some screw pieces. Bro, you're like so glued, come on now. You're glued everywhere. Don't do this to me. You're tearing me apart, boatman. Okay. That's just the cap, okay. I thought maybe I had broken something there. Thankfully not the case. I think it's basically this entire right side I'm gonna coat in super glue, and we'll see where it touches and where it doesn't. Okay, that looks pretty good actually. That's pretty promising. Yeah, I'm into it. I'm actually into it. It looks really rather good. Let me like try to do some more dry fitting. Okay, so currently the head is really weird. Excuse me for that. We'll have to do some stuff with that. But he does have his head attached to his neck and to his shoulders and knees and toes, of course, and all that. Ignore the literal gap the size of a crater. Don't mind that. Don't mind that bit. It's okay. We'll fix it in a moment. I mean, we will. We will indeed fix it in but a moment, is currently the plan of action. And how will we go about doing that? It's actually not that difficult at all to actually figure that out. We've done it before, and it just takes a couple screw pieces, essentially. I really like this head. It looks pretty good. I think we won't have to mess around with the necklace, the earring. I keep wanting to call it a necklace, and it just came out wrong. But yeah, he's got it going on. Let me think. let me think for but a moment. Which one of these sprues could we use? I mean, any number of them, obviously, but which one would we like to use is perhaps the most important question. We could use one of these little pieces. Sounds kind of insane to do it, but maybe insane is what we need right now. Like, we can use a corner piece. I'll cut out a much bigger size than we need. Certainly don't need that, but like all of that, but it could be useful. Dude, like, that fits so perfectly. I don't know how I keep doing this, but that is like literally amazing in terms of a fit. Like, let me see if I can show the camera real fast. So we're looking to get a piece, a supporting piece to the neck, right? Look at that. Like, that's perfection. It doesn't get much better than that. We obviously gotta like figure out the attachment points, but bro, like that is pretty astonishing at first glance, I would say. If we can just, you know, jam it in there, bend it a little in certain places, then I think we're basically good. And it's gonna take up so much space inside the neck area that any green stuffing we gotta do is instantly gonna be like way easier. We do have to cut off that little almost ball bearing looking thing off of it and like smooth it out, but that's completely fine. There's no reason he needs to have like a robotic bit coming out of his neck. He's not Frankenstein, he's just Bowman. He's a much more simpler, gentler creature. I don't know why I struggle with that, bro. Sometimes I just can't talk, which is kind of weird for someone that thinks that they talk good. That was intentional, that one. It was supposed to be funny, okay? Alright, we'll make the cut here. This one's gonna be like a little bit weird, because I think it has to be like this. Alright, let's see. Done just 2 cuts. Yeah, this is literally amazing. Bro, this is like literally amazing. What the fuck? How? How is this so good? I don't know, but this is amazing. Like, I'll glue this on right now and you'll see in a second. It's basically perfect. Or at least like incredibly close to perfect, and I don't understand how it just works out like that. Random idea of like, hey, what if I did this? And it's like, oh, it's actually the greatest like fit of all time. We'll have to do like a tiny little cut later to get rid of that, but yeah, like, look at this. I feel pretty secure that that's gonna hold now. Of course, we could still fill up the remaining part of it. The under part of it, I think, is gonna be just fine. We'll leave that be. I suppose if we can fit another tiny bit of sprue in there, and I think I see which one it could be for that. Let's see, snip here. no other reason to snip, because we don't need to. Let's look at the length of this real quick. Like. Can you fall out from there? You have to shake it out from him. Okay, so I need to mark this. Let us see. What if we did it like that? Incidentally, that will also kind of tell me which part is which is not ever a bad thing, to be real with you. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is now like literally just perfect once again. And you might be like, bro, like, how can you think that? And it's just a case of like, well, I just know. I just know, somehow. I mean, hey, that actually works. So, with that in mind, we're gonna glue this as well. A lot of the neck is gonna be rebuilt, and it's gonna be pretty rock solid now. Nice. We can move it back a little. Maybe that is not perfect. No, I think that piece is lost to the void. It's just in his body now. I don't know how it exactly moved at the last moment, but it just did. It was on there, flawless, and then it like shifted, and I wasn't able to get it because it moved inside. We can get a similar piece if we really wanted to, though. Like if we really, really want to jam something in there. And I think there is an argument to be made that we should do it, because from a stability perspective, it is going to improve basically the entire thing. So let me see if I can find another relatively long piece that we can actually put in there. I'm looking for something thin as well, even though we just had some complications because it was too thin. But I think the problem was a dexterity one rather than, you know, like an overall idea problem. I feel like we just clean this off like two places and we're good. This is one of them. And the actual snip that we did has to be gently cleaned up, which takes about 2 seconds. It's already done. You'd love to see it. So, I mean, hey, I think it went a little something like this. Now, learning from our previous mistake, of course, we add the glue, but we are trying to basically not fuck it up this time. Still works, this one. Okay. Yeah, I like it. So what we just did is basically I put this thing in around the side, if you notice. In the neck, so he's got like those two little sprue pieces now. If that gets smoothed out later, it's gonna be so much easier to actually have the green stuff done. I am also drowning in a little bit of super glue just to add to the stability of it even further. Yep. Yeah, it just works. It just works, man. Turns out it not only works, but it also looks pretty fucking awesome. Now again, if I want to make myself really upset, then I just glue back the arms and just say like, my man's done. And I could easily do that. And it would look pretty fucking good, as it turns out. Like, he's just straight up charging forward like a maniac. Got no weapon though, which is the downside obviously, but he does have a ton of momentum right now. Very tempted to do it. I'll be real with you. Very tempted. Could also still consider adding the Cannon of the Sky Titans here. I mean, if his thumb wasn't in the way, he could hold it a little differently. Not that differently, but a little differently. So that is something to consider. How would that look like with this way of holding it? It would not really make a lot of sense, in my opinion. Like, lighting that would be very, very difficult. Well, I guess we could, you know, put a Noblar or something on, but no, like, he would look the coolest if we just straight up abandoned all reason and just like glue these things back on. Unfortunately, because I have to hold both arms, it's kind of hard to showcase. But I'll do my best. I'll do my best so that with the head you get like a full picture of what this would be like. You can kind of cheat by getting him supported here. And I mean, this would go back like here, I think. Yep, and now we can move him closer. I won't be able to do like the hand behind the model to get that focus, but like, look at that. He just looks like he's charging and doing stuff. It's already a pretty big improvement. If we did nothing else, if we literally just did this, did the green stuffing, and then straight up added like Kraken Eater bits, basically, maybe like tentacles and stuff like that, then, or just like, you know, basically keep him as a generic Mega-gargant, this would be pretty awesome. Is it as awesome as an entire boat? Now that's the question, right? That's the question of the evening. It's a tough one. It's a tough one to be sure. I really like the more dynamic pose that we did here. I really absolutely like it. I think it works really, really nicely. And I mean, I'm gonna do one little thing here, if you'll excuse me. I'm once again opening GW's site. I didn't even close it after the last time because I figured we'd have a reason to come back here. Turns out I was right. Turns out I was more than correct. So let us go over here. And we can look at any number of these megas basically already and just notice the very easily noticeable that this is a strict improvement. It's such a massive improvement too. So that's a good question. Do we actually literally in this case abandon ship and just do this? Because like I said, the cutting that we did, easily repairable. No issue whatsoever. We could easily just do that. But then we wouldn't have Boatman anymore. Like Boatman would no longer be a thing. And it remains to be seen what the hell, if anything, we could do with that boat. Because it certainly doesn't make sense for him to be running in the boat, like as a terrain piece. We mentioned before that we could use it for a number of things, though, and I still stand by that. There's definitely a bunch of stuff that you could use this boat for, even with the cutting that we've done. A lot of it can be repaired. A lot of it is just kind of, you know, it doesn't matter in the same way as we would be worried in a normal model. And to be honest with you, if we're not worried about slicing an entire arm off of a Mega-gargant, then we certainly shouldn't be worried about the boat missing a few little bits and bobs, you know? It doesn't really make sense. But yeah, we could actually like just keep this guy the way he is right now. And pretty much almost call him complete, you know? Like I said, it is very, very tempting. I keep like looking at the other Mega-gargants. It looks so much better than the Kraken Eater's pose, which is very surprising because I like the Kraken Eater's pose quite a lot, actually. The War Stomper is just like, it's weird that they made the War Stomper the most boring out of all of these, but at the same time, he's incidentally the guy that is like supposed to be the most crazy. And they didn't do like a jump up and down kind of pose for him. It's very surprising, I suppose. Like, Kraken Eater just looking badass makes sense. Beast Smasher is one of those weird ones, too, where he's supposed to be completely raging. He's way too chill about it. I mean, all of them just kind of suffer from the same pose. And it is exacerbated by the fact that 3 of them basically have the same angle that they look good in. And if we just fixed it with the tiniest bit of cutting... Yeah, and a part of me really just wants to abandon ship, really. Like, we could just glue the stuff on with super glue. So this would be the basic pose that he has. I'm trying to see. It might be a good thing that we slice this off, even if we decide to go like Sprinting Boy. Because changing the angle of that arm a little bit is going to make things even better, I think. Yeah, we could do like awesome stuff with this, for sure. Definitely thinking about it. He just looks like really, really cool. Just running, dude. I don't know. I don't really know. It's tough. It's tough because it looks absolutely wonderful, but it is no Boatman, as it turns out. It is no Boatman. And I mean, the whole thing started with Boatman, you know? That was the dream, to have Boatman become reality. And I mean, technically it's a little bit closer than it was before. I guess we could attempt to do that as well with the arm. It's a bit weird and wonky, maybe. I'm of two minds about this, because on the one hand, the whole Boatman idea is really fun and really unique, but it is also really dumb, and I gotta be real about that with myself. Like, from a transportation, from a build perspective, from an everything perspective, this is like hard mode. Doing Mega-gargant wearing a boat hasn't been done before because it's really difficult to do, not just properly, but in any way, shape, or form. It's expensive, it's kind of like nightmarish to build, it makes him a lot more difficult to actually transport. Like, there's a reason why this conversion didn't exist before we did it. Whereas just making a sprinting Mega-gargant, like, straight up looks cool. It just looks pretty fucking wicked, actually. Yeah, man, I'm really, really tempted to just make a sprinty boy. I'm having a hard time describing how tempted I am to just, like, literally put this guy together and be like, yeah, man, he's a sprinty boy. What can I say? I guess the issue would be, like, why doesn't he have a weapon? Where did it go? Those are all things that we'd have to consider, because, you know, obviously giants tend to have a club of some kind, right? And he's just running with some dudes in his hand. Like, that's a bit weird. It looks like a cool pose, for sure, though, but why doesn't he have a club, you know? And I guess I don't really have an answer to that question. But we will definitely consider an answer to it. The other thing that kind of speaks to me about this, to be honest with you, is the fact that it would be a generic giant. And I know that sounds weird, because, you know, we've been hyping up a bunch of stuff here, but having a generic giant would also be somewhat cool, at least a little bit. I don't know if I mentioned this or if it's just something I wanted to mention and then never got around to saying, but I wanted to say that one of the big problems, in my opinion, of course, this is purely subjective, of, well, not of, but I guess with Sons of Behemoth to a degree, is the fact that they kind of, like, over-categorize them a little, and it makes them hard to really, like, believe that they exist and all that. Like, they just seem silly, you know? Like, it's like, oh, so the guy, like, there's a subset of Gargants that always has a hammer, and they're called the Beast Smasher, and you're like, really? That's awful fucking convenient, isn't it? Like, this is supposed to be like a ragtag bunch of misfits, and you're telling me that they have really, really good organizational skills, and they keep doing one particular thing all the time. And I'm to believe that that's how it always goes. And it's like, I have my doubts. I have my doubts about that one, so to speak. Like, I don't know about you, but like, I feel like they wouldn't do that, though. The whole idea is that they do whatever the fuck they want. And I feel like maybe they would be pretty, you know, pretty independent enough to just be like, hey, I'll just do whatever I want, including, but not limited to, like, using weapons that I want. We could literally just build this guy and still give him, because I'm just now looking at this. Like, look at how amazingly and snuggly this fits over here. So we have this this mast that we were messing around with, This like fits into the palm of his hand so nicely. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? Because at this point, I feel it's silly not to. This will break this arm completely, so I guess maybe we won't do that. But I will glue this arm on with super glue. The reason for the super glue is because it's easier to break. So I'll just put this on here. And it's already grabbed. It's already on. And I just want to see a little bit more dry-fitting action, essentially. Yeah, this thing like fits so nicely in there. It's incredible. It's like it was made for this. I'm scared that it'll break, but let me put the cap on the glue back. Yeah, so let me show you why I'm considering, you know, keeping him the way he is. Like I said, I'm not like gluing this back just yet, but oh, let me just drop it then. Very, very smart. I'll try to hold him like this so that it's more visible. Look at that pose. I think it really fucking works, doesn't it? I actually think it really works. I'm trying to get like side profile, but it's hard. Hopefully you can see something out of that. Yeah, I really dig it. I really, really dig it, actually. The head, really, with the shouting and everything, it just lends itself so well to it. Like, incredibly, actually. That's really, really nice. And you could still have a weapon. You could still literally just have, like, a giant spear kind of thing. Although he might literally be better off without a weapon. In this particular configuration. Bro, do we abandon Boatman? Do we just abandon Boatman? Is the question, I suppose. I'm not sure, but we might. There's a part of me that is very, very much thinking, like, hey, because with the other one, I mean, we can just look at the tree. The Sylvanat, the Vengeful Skull Root, I believe is the name of this one. So we can just like look at this bad boy and see what we want to see. In terms of like how big it's gonna be and all that. We could also just replace his like hand with something that would hold a club and just like have him waving this thing around. But I think it takes away from it. Like, honestly, it sounds weird, but I think he looks best unarmed. He just looks so angry. He just looks so completely going for it, you know? The cannon I don't think would work, to be honest. Like, even if we remove the thumb and then like basically replace it, then there's a chance, I suppose, but I don't know. Like, it's rough. It's rough. It's very, very tough because I really like this pose the way it just is. We could give him a cannon, but it's kind of weird to give him a cannon, and I'm not sure it really makes a whole lot of sense. We could try to give him the giant tree, the giving tree. I guess if we replace the hand, change the position entirely, then we could make like a pretty cool looking thing with that. So that is like something to consider, but normally, you know, this was something we were considering giving to somebody else, of course. So it seems like a little cheating, I guess, to do that. keep thinking that maybe it's the mast that would do it for him. It's basically as tall as he is, so I think it would be a good fit. Do we just do that? Do we just like do that green stuff him and then just like call it a day pretty much? I mean, look, man, I can't believe that I'm thinking about this, but we might abandon Boatman. We might straight up abandon Boatman and instead try to make like a dude who's about to spear some fools. I suppose he would still have a nautical theme a little bit with this in mind, but I mean, look, man, I'll hate myself for this very, very much later if we decide to go with the original idea, but I'm about to do it anyway. I'm literally about to glue back the thing that we just like removed. Well, not just, but about 2 hours ago. And this just goes to show, again, sometimes you change your mind about stuff. That's just literally the basic position. I guess we might as well like consider like, hey, why don't we change it a little to make it even more dynamic? That would be like a minor change, but it would help a lot. And we would have to just green stuff a tiny, tiny bit in his armpit to be able to do that. Yeah, like that just works, man. Look at this. Look at that pose. Look at the side profile. It's so aggressive. It's actually really, really good. Very, very clean. Like if you had you know, no definition on this, if it was just, you know, black 3.0, you'd still be able to tell at a glance what this was. That's a really effective silhouette. And I really like the front profile too. I think it just works. I mean, man, we might have just made this project infinitely easier by stumbling upon a really good pose and just saying fuck it to the boat. Yeah, bro, this looks pretty good, actually. I guess now the question becomes, because now like I'm looking at it on the base, and it still looks pretty good on the base, mind you. It looks very good on the base, I think. I'm trying to showcase it somehow, but I'm having some difficulty. You have to excuse me. What is the field of view of my camera and all that? You know, how does any of this work? It's just him with a disc below him on the base. But again, you see what I'm getting at. I think he just looks real good, as it turns out. And I guess we can throw the base away for a second and then check if maybe this thing with the mast is like something we would like to pursue. Look at that and help me decide, I suppose, is now the, you know, the current situation. Still kind of works, although the silhouette is no longer as clean, I think, with that in there. But he has a weapon, and it's a pretty good weapon. I kind of dig it, actually. Yeah, I actually really, really like it. We'll let the decision like go on the weapon for the time being, but man, I really, really dig this pose. He just looks super nice. I keep showcasing him because I'm apparently in love with it, man. What can I do? He just looks like a strong lad, doesn't he? Like, he just looks aggressive, fast, different than your average giant, for sure. Like, I'm looking at the GW site, and this is different than all of them, with this minor change. It's such a tiny thing, but it apparently makes a whole lot of difference. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, as we checked before, the arms are currently secured with super glue. So if we really would want to, you know, break them off, then that's absolutely a possibility. And we can still, like, put the guy into the boat, funnily enough. We did just break his arm, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, we did. We absolutely did. I mean, hey, we did say that that's pretty easy to break as a consequence. Man, I wish we hadn't broken the arm, because I was about to witness something there. I'm gonna glue it back. I'm gonna glue it back. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. It's insane. It's insane to keep doing this. But I want to check something. I want to check something, and you'll have to basically ignore my obsessive whatever right now with this, because right now we are on, you know, the dividing line. We're on the precipice of something here. This could determine the fate of this model going forward, for sure. It can't really determine much else. No, don't move. Don't. I said don't move. I think the problem was that we were basically only affixing it in one location. But now it's more difficult. We had it, and I want it to be back the way it was. The way we had it a second ago. Okay. Dude, why aren't you gluing all of a sudden? Like, come on now. You straight up fucking had it. I just want you to glue. I'm not asking anymore. I wasn't asking in the first place either, by the way. It's just not holding. Don't do this to me. This is like the only time this could be important. Okay, that seems right to me. Although, does it look worse than it did before? I can't tell. I still like it overall. I still like it, actually. So, I'm gonna do this weird thing, and you'll have to trust me, pretty much. So I'm gonna hold my man over here. I'm gonna try to hold him in such a way that, like, captures the pose as much as I can basically capture it the way that I want it to look. And I think that's gonna be it. I think that's gonna be it for that, basically. That's the aggro profile that I was talking about. And I am going to take a screenshot. And this is the most ghetto-ass thing you'll ever see. I'm gonna open Paint, of all things, because it's the first thing that comes to mind. I'm going to now save the screenshot, but the only part of it I care about is the giant, basically. So we're gonna cut this and get a new little document going, and essentially just jam it in here so we can take a look. Yeah, we can kind of see what that looks like. So now comes the other nasty bit, which last time, a second ago, actually broke the model. We can be a little bit more gentle now. You'll have to excuse me. I gotta be really gentle. You might not get to see this, and you may have to take my word for it then. Okay, so this could be Boatman. I guess, where did I put, oh, this is where I put it. Remains to be seen if it's gonna work now, but very scared that we're literally like seconds away from breaking the model once again. I'm sorry if I'm more silent than I was before, but like I said, I'm very focused on not busting it all apart now because we're trying to figure out if Boatman is the direction we'd like to go in, like in the future. And I still cannot seem to decide. And I don't know if I will be able to either, because unfortunately... So like, my original plan was very much based around the fact that we would have the boat facing completely forward, which we are failing to do now. And by we, I mean mostly myself, but of course, you already knew that. How did this work a second ago? We never messed around with the shoulder, so... Well, I know why it's not working, because we don't have the same anything anymore. I suppose if we just get it onto the shoulder, it could work. Like, over here, basically, wherever it attaches, it could be a possibility. And then he's just wearing the boat. Now we're gonna try to do the impossible and kind of mount him on a base. I think it's pointless to see like where that would go. I'm not even making coherent sentences anymore. Again, I apologize. 100% apologize, but we're trying our best here. Let's try to like show this on Steam on the stream as well, if at all possible. I think something like that, huh? I don't know about you, but I'm not sure about that. Like, the numerous problems that we're facing on the one hand of just moving it, despite the fact that we've sliced the boat to smithereens, if you will, is not giving me a ton of hope, to say the least. We'd have to cut even more of the beams of the boat, I think. Which is a bit surprising, all things considered. There's a very dumb way we could, like, check this out, basically. But I'm not sure if I'm ready to do it. I guess... So the dumb way would be to just like start supergluing this, even though we literally said we don't want to, just so that we can see. It would be a way. It would be a way to get a pretty decent idea of how this would look in comparison. So my problem is, and I'll show you what I mean here, because we're kind of getting a grip on the situation now. I have the base, I kind of have everything now. So I'll try to like move it more, far out so you can see. If I change my grip, I'll try to show the front look a little better. Maybe we'll ditch the base for that, because I don't think we explicitly need it right now. There's no base detail to speak of, so it's kind of okay. So this is kind of what it's going to look like from the front if we go down this route. And you'll notice with my uncertainty, I'm trying to find it's pretty difficult. I'm not sure. I think I can't really show on stream the actual pose. I could if I actually start supergluing it, but I don't know if that's something I want to do. I'm uncertain, basically, if I want to. And now I'm just really struggling to get it back into any kind of position that I previously had. I'm just trying to find, it's so difficult to hold together. I'm just trying to find if perhaps let's see. Like, what I'm trying to figure out is if maybe there's like just 2 spots that could very gingerly hold this thing together if I super glue them there, and then we can take like an actual look with like some 360s and whatnot. Because from the front, this doesn't look bad. From the side, I don't think it looks good. Which is surprising, because I was hyping up the side profile quite a bit. Can you see that if I do that? I'm twisting my arm a little, but maybe you can actually see it. Maybe if I go lower. Do you get a decent view of that, actually, in any way, shape, or form? Kind of. I don't know, man. I think just Running Man might actually be better. Like, even if we add, because right now I got like a pretty secure grip on the dude over here, at least. Even if we add the ropes to hold this thing in place, it's really the side profile. Like, he does not look good from the side. If we add the mast, that's like really fun. He looks really funny. Like, actually, like, hilarious. But the problem I have is, like, what if I try to add these things to him, I guess? And I don't know the answer. I don't yet know the answer. How did these things ever reach around? I'm not sure. But they did. Okay, so those pieces change the side profile quite a bit. Because it actually looks like he's attached to him now. He's attached to the boat. How dedicated are we to the idea of Boatman, ladies and gentlemen? That's the question. That's the question of a lifetime. Because he looks okay. I think he looks okay, is what we can safely say. But I don't know if okay is good enough. I just don't know if okay is good enough. Like, from the front, he looks decent, actually. If a little weird in certain places, for sure. But his face shows up pretty well. It's pretty, like, readable. He's like shouting, he's running, he's pretty happy about himself. And I mean, most of the base, like, works. It's just like from up top, the way he is currently set up, it just looks dumb. But I think the reason for that is because my brain is, you know, aware of the laws of physics, just like anybody else's brain. You can kind of tell when something doesn't make sense. And he's not holding onto the boat. He's got like an arm hanging out from it. He's got another arm just holding something alongside the boat. But he's not like doing anything to hold on to this object that is clearly around him. So that like throws at least my mind for a loop. And I think if we were to actually add the brass rods, then that would fix some of the problem with that, obviously. Because it would make me believe, like, oh, okay, so he's got like a rope harness thing going on where he's wearing this boat. And there's some fun to be had with that, for sure. Like, no doubt about it. I'm gonna see if maybe we could use the same rope harness on the other side as well, just as a piece of information, so that perhaps we just need to mirror this brass rod bending that we did. Which would make things a lot easier, by the way, if we do decide to go down this route. So if we do it like that, yeah, I guess we probably could, and then like just bend it a little from there to determine how it would go. The downside for me a little bit with this is it's not fully forward facing, and that's not like something we can just like fix super fast. But it's something that I'm willing to work with. It's just, my problem is this, and I'm gonna get the man out of the boat because we know that we can. So we don't need to commit to either variant right now. But him just running looks pretty fucking sweet, in all honesty. Him straight up just running looks really, really good. It's a really, really good pose. Very dynamic. It's gonna look fantastic in photographs. It leaves everything open to be painted. There's no like painful locations here. It's pretty nice, and we can still give him the actual mask here. It fits into his hand so perfectly. We just need to get rid of the bell basically on it, because again, it's defying gravity and throwing my fucking brain for a loop. But he would have a pretty sizable weapon. Like, keep in mind, this broken mask is almost as big as he is. So if you like skewer something with this from a running charge, I'm pretty sure it's dead. I think it is guaranteed to die a horrible death at that point. So this is currently El Giganto Maximo in his current form, and I really like it. It's really savage. It's really kind of everything that you would want a Gargant to be. As we've established, we could do this to add a weapon to him in case we don't want him to be unarmed. It just fits pretty nicely. He just has like a loose grip on it, ready to throw it, ready to ram it into somebody. A number of things that he could do with that, and it looks pretty neat. I kind of like the thing in his hand too, to be honest with you. But I suppose maybe break the hand and then like change it so that it's like that. Yeah, I think if we're gonna go running hand, then running man, then we need to change the hand position, left hand essentially, which is something we should be able to do. It's just held in place by a couple things. If we rotate it slightly and then like add some green stuff, and basically what I'm looking to do, I'll show you what I mean. So right now, if we make him armed with this thing, and I think we're about to break off the bell at any moment here, like just from mishandling it. So this would be his current position, with literally just putting it into his hand, like out of the box. He's now holding the thing, it's in his hand. It's not bad, right? It's not completely awful, but I think if we did it like that, so if the silhouette, like pay no attention to the hand itself, if he had it as a direct continuation of his arm, then I think it would, as far as like, you know, armed with a weapon, it would look better. Because it's more logical that he would have it like that, basically. Because he could actually aim with it and whatnot. But running Gargant just looks really, really good, man. Really dynamic. I never thought we'd be able to just like with 3 cuts and also like some snips at the neck make like such a cool model. There's definitely a part of me that's just thinking like, man, we just stop. We just stop while we're ahead. We have a very, very cool model. It would be pretty easy to paint. Yeah, it's a toughie. It's a toughie for sure. But I've been here a lot longer than I originally intended because we got stuck dry fitting some stuff, and I'm still not done with that, and I know that. But I do want to end stream because at this point, it's the last like half an hour I think is illegible because I'm just moving plastic pieces. You hear the sound of scraping plastic, and you don't see anything because I'm too busy trying to like get stuff together to even talk. So I think it's been a disaster the last bit, but if you stuck with me throughout this, then by God, you're a trooper, and thank you. And either way, I would like to thank you for actually tuning in and having some fun with me, listening to me babble on and on about various subjects. I hope you had a good time. And I mean, I know that I did. I will not actually change like the webcam position because I'm hoping to still stream one more time this weekend. So I just hold this man over here. I try to hold him in a way to basically make him look super cool because I only need one hand to really be able to change scenes and stuff here. And I mean, hey, running man, boat man, whoever this man turns out to be, he's a mystery man for sure, but whoever he ends up becoming, I think he's very, very happy that you tuned in as well. And with that in mind, I will take us on over to the end scene over here. I will stop this music really briefly. And thank you once again for tuning in. I will see you later.
Here is the safest place to be, in the modern home on wheels. is a rigid steel foundation. Steering controls anchored to the frame. Dependable brakes to stop you safely in every emergency. Knee action to keep you steady over the bumps and set you down easy in case of a blowout.
So we have just an ordinary day, ordinary traffic. Yet any number of these drivers are potential killers. Here's one of them. He doesn't look like a killer, does he? That is why ordinary tires are not enough. That is why ordinary tires are not enough.
Let's get out of here before somebody gets hurt.